Give me a moment here. There we go. Okay, thanks. There's a little glitch there. Give me a moment as I rearrange some windows on my other monitor. There we go. All right, what else is happening? So we've already talked about Microsoft and Google. SKX, Skechers, I think that's Skechers, SKX. Another earnings play released after hours, not good. Coming into maybe a support area around 31. Big communications company in our country, in Canada, Shaw Communications, big pop here. Now they have earnings on the 28th. Scotiabank, Bank in Canada, says let's see, to sector outperform, upgraded them. That's a big jump for them. It is very pretty inactive stock usually. Doesn't trade that much. Big float. Anyway, there's SJR. Wing is an earnings play. WING earnings play. Nice gap up for it. Let's see, taking out this area right here, I think. Yeah, so if you're into the more expensive stocks, this is a pretty interesting area that it's taken out, right at 150. Another earnings play, China education stock, EDU. What a pop for it so far this morning. Here's this PCVX, guys. I still have this thing thumbnailed. It really doesn't want to give it up. I had the big news a couple of days ago. I, like a lot of people, thought this would turn into a fabulous short. Never really did. GovX. Now, I classified this as a monkeypox play, but I guess it's also a COVID play. But Wainwright has decided to put an $8 price target on them. So they just want to mention it. I don't think the price target has any weight whatsoever, but you never know. So that's why I'm mentioning it. GOVX. ENPH. Earnings play, big gap up on earnings, another more expensive one. Boy, it still has room. I mean, wait a minute. The next high looking left is 285, and then after that, around 300. So still has some room. EPIX, EPIX, EPIX. Phase 1/2 data. Yeah, as Denver pointed out, no shorts for us anyway at Interactive Brokers. This is what I think normally happens on these little ones, phase 1, 2. No, this one didn't have very much volume, but it is an earnings play and it is gapping down on earnings. Masco, and not very much volume. And they actually did release pre-market, so there's not a lot of volume yet for this MAS. Maybe coming into a support area right around 44.65-ish or so. I mean, if it took that out, just look at that daily chart. It takes these two, the lows of these two candles 3 or 4 days ago. That could really get it rocking down more. Or will this act as support? So let's take a look at CGC from yesterday. I think, was still hanging around that, dropping a little bit. See if this had any second day continuation after their news yesterday. I thought if it could hold over 3 and start to move, again, it's got a pretty decent potential fill here, up to 372, but starting to fade a bit now. And the other one, this is the AI play from yesterday. See if there's any sort of continuation on it. CALX. There was a great play from the AI yesterday. No volume yet at all, but it's an earnings play. Was an earnings play yesterday. See if there's any sort of continuation. See if there's anything else snaking in here. Flyer from yesterday, TSHA. So you're starting to see more and more earnings plays, guys. In my pre-market actives up and down. Next week, this will be really full. So if you see 0.25 in that earnings day column, that's why I have them highlighted in blue. It means it's an earnings play. They release earnings pre-market. That's what the 0.25 means. And for instance, SKX at minus 0.25 means they released earnings after hours. So any stock, any company releases after hours the day before, and of course pre-market, typically those are the earnings plays that we look at. So there's the mass BSBR. BSBR is an earning. Ooh, look at this. BSBR is an earnings play. And there's Microsoft, of course. Microsoft, MSFT. And there's the Googles. TXN earnings play. Gap down on earnings also. We're in for a pretty negative open to start. Now, of course, I could just sort on the earnings day column, and then they would all appear. Excuse me, clustered together. Hog is an earnings play. HOG, Hog is an earnings play. Actually, maybe interesting. Not a ton of volume. Interesting because what's the next high looking left? 40.23, not that far away. I wish it were a lot farther away to that next high. But in a day like today, where the market is going to open weak anyway, we don't know if if we're going to have any sort of rally. I'd be probably looking at a lot of these with a short bias, shorting the pops. So those are the ones moving higher. I'll sort on the earnings date column. Ones moving lower, a lot more. So there's that Spotify. Spotify is another earnings play. Gap down on earnings, Spotify. This is a smaller one, SAN, another earnings play, not very much volume. There's that BSBR that we just saw. And 0.75 means they'll release earnings after hours. So there's the Meta. Okay, 0.75 means they'll release earnings after hours today. Yeah, this is just some kind of a NASDAQ test symbol. All right, let's take a look at what the analysts are talking about this morning. Go to my email, take a look at briefing.com. Sort of an equal number of upgrades and downgrades. And so Canaccord has upgraded CGC. During PBR and PBRA. So PBR must be moving down, guys. Yeah, PBR must be moving down. PBR. Hearing, and this is my gap down, text to voice. So, okay, there are the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I see Goldman is downgraded EPC. Let's take a look at EPC, see if there's any action on that one. EPC, no volume yet. And let me get the upgrades and downgrades into our YouTube room. Just going to copy and paste them. Yeah, the key, with the decimal point, I mean, it's just, all you have to know is this, 0.25. If you see 0.25, means they released earnings before the market opened. Okay, that's what 0.25 means. And if you see minus 0.25 means they're released after hours the day before. Those are the key ones, okay? And then these are just days, minus 1.25 a day before. Okay, so when you see the numbers, so the way we do it is 0.25 is pre-market. Very rarely is there a 0.5, but if there is, that means they're released during market hours. Very rarely does that happen. And 0.75 means they're going to release after hours. So really the ones to pay attention to are the minus 0.25 and the 0.25, okay? We also have it here, the earnings date, we have it in English. That's why I have this up here, but I just know, I've been looking at this long enough. 13 days after the market, 13.75, things like that. But I don't really care. All I care about really is the minus 0.25 and the 0.25. Those are the earnings plays. Well, my thoughts on rum. News driven, if you want to call it that. It's been hit hard from the highs here of 1726, trying to come back. I have no thoughts on it in that I don't, fundamentally I don't care what they put out, how many guys. I'm not against the company. I'm just saying it doesn't affect me at all. I just look at the chart, and sure, it's over 9 now. It's had a nice run. Definitely had a nice run from yesterday. That's about it. Well, it's not a matter of not using the number, Ron. All I care about are the ones that released earnings after hours yesterday and the ones that released earnings before the market opens today. Those just happen to be minus 0.25 and 0.25. I don't care, if I see minus, 10.25, I don't care about something that happened 10 days ago. That's all I'm saying. Well, by the way, guys, yeah, I did take a short on the Bed Bath and Beyond. Just underneath 5, it was about 495, 494-ish. Whoops. Covered most of it. Well, I've covered all of it now, but I covered most of it. Come on. Yeah, I may have to get rid of my docs. That is what happened yesterday. Am I hung up completely? No. There we go. So anyway, when Bed Bath and Beyond just broke underneath 5, I took the short. I think it was around 494, and yeah, made a nice run all the way down to 471. I looked left, and I saw this 466. So I thought, you know what, I better cover some. So I covered most of it here, and then of course as it ran up, I covered more. However, I mean, if this remains weak underneath 5, I may re-enter the short. This was, yeah, it was just kind of a quick, well, actually worked out okay because I had a nickel stop on it. So from 494 down to 474, 20 cents. So the risk reward certainly was good. Yeah, I don't know what a 6K form is either. Google it. See what you come up with. I don't know. I don't go into the SEC filings ever. I know some do, but maybe just Google what a 6K form is. Okay, now, as I said, we're in for a negative open. So let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm going to click on New, Doc Channel Bar, and then I click on Show More. Click on the sector status channel and see what's happening. Okay, so I always like to look at energy first. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you say 85% green, what does that mean? It means that 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. And you can see with the Microsoft and Google, etc., dragging down the tech sector. Okay, so 83% of them are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that big red 83% means. 50-50 in healthcare, consumer staples. So it's really tech. The techs are really being hit today. Cheat sheet. Thank you, Captain K. Yeah, so Lando, you missed the 30% off. There will be a 25%. I would think that the promo code will be out sometime today. I can give it to you. What's today? Probably the promo code will be out sometime today. The 30% is over. So I would just wait. There's a question in our YouTube room. Is there a sale today? All right, if I remember to do this, look at it in a little different way, about, I don't know, 45 minutes from now, we'll look at the change from the open and see if stocks have rallied. For instance, if tech stocks, okay, their first print, are they rallying from their first trade? They could all still be down from yesterday's close, but maybe having a bit of a rally. Lando, here's what you can do. If you save my link, my homepage link, and you can check that from time to time. Right now it says Barry 15 for 15% off, but once the 25% promo code has been released, now I'll be putting that on my homepage, okay? So you don't have to keep coming back into this room. I would check maybe towards the end of the day. Certainly tomorrow. I'm 100% sure it'll be there tomorrow. Do I know the specs of my computer? If I can remember, I know it's 32 RAM. Other than that, I can't remember. Oh, you. Yeah, when they put this computer together for me, it's been over 4 years now. It was a pretty robust. It's still pretty good, but I've noticed because I'm doing extra streaming now, all these different websites I'm streaming to. So anyway, I've had to sort of delete my docking. I've gone back to just free floating. Doesn't really make any difference to me because docking definitely is a resource hog. So when you're doing a lot of the different things that I'm doing, several streams, doing a video, it really, really challenges the computer's resources. Anyway, what time is it now? 9:26. Anything else maybe sneaking in here? All right, LILM. LILM, this is EVTOL play, electric vehicle takeoff and landing. Kind of cool things. They just fire up in the air. LILM. Fire up in the air. That didn't make any sense at all. Straight up. No, I don't. I don't have a laptop. Well, I have a laptop, but no, I have a desktop computer doing all this with 3 monitors on it. Okay, so what time is it? 9:27. Yeah, Spinity. I mean, we have something called the change. If I type in change, I think this is what you're looking. See if I can type, it'll come in. Okay, so you're talking about more than 10% the same day, or well, certainly change. The change. You've got your pick. Give me a moment. So you've got your pick. I mean, obviously the change from the close, if you want it to be up 10%, I mean, that's easy enough to do, or the change from the open up 10%. But here is the change in 5 days. Okay, here's the change in 10 days. So if you want something that changed in 10 days, it's been 10% or 12% or whatever that number is, change in 20 days. So you can use these filters. Okay. I mean, that's pretty simple. So all I would do is just type in, so go to an alert window and right click on the alert window and then click on search and then type in change. You'll see all the different changes that we've got. And so to answer your question, something that has risen more than 10% the same day, that's easy, easy, easy. But 10% in 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, you pick it. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's the best way to set up a big move. I mean, what all you're asking me is if you want to see the big moves for the day. I mean, you've got the races. They're always going to show you the big moves for the day. Just because something moves big in the day, though, doesn't mean necessarily it's tradable. It might, by the time you see it, it may have already gapped up a lot. I mean, that's why you've got to practice some trading. But I mean, when you say, is it the best way to see? I mean, all these filters will tell you what you want it to tell you. Want to see the stocks that are up the most in 5 days, up the most in 10 days, up the most in 20 days, and find a way to trade them. I mean, it's not necessarily just because a stock is, up 10% in 20 days, does that mean it's going to be tradable today? Not necessarily, but you might want to watch it for a while. Set some price alerts, things like that. Guys, I got to get, where's William? You didn't tell me. Guys, we're going to open in about 15 seconds. So I'm going to get rid of this and get prepared for the open. All right, guys. Now, I'm been asked, let me just see if this works. Okay, so Yeah, so if you want a dollar move, you have your choice of a dollar move, Xfinity, or a percentage move. So as far as a high cap Momo scanner is concerned, if you go to my homepage, okay, somebody asked about a high cap Momo scanner, then you click on my homepage link. And you click on my scans here, Barry Scans. So one of the scans I've got is Momo. Okay. Now all you have to do, if you load it, all you have to do then is add in a market cap. Well, I know what you mean. Of course, I know what you mean, Senator. So, well, I don't know how else you can do it other than a percent. Okay. I mean, the percent, yeah, you're right. I mean, obviously a 10% move for a dollar stock is $1.10, getting up to $1.10. A 10% move for a $100 stock is up to $110. But, you know, I don't know how, I don't like, maybe you want to set a price range of stocks that you want to look at. Okay, guys. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm trying to let things settle down a little bit. Gevo on the move here. Gevo on the move. Yeah, remember PAC-B, how interesting it looked yesterday? Look at this now. Look at PAC-B now. Now, PAC-B is coming right into that 200-day moving average. See, Spinity, I guess I'm not understanding. I mean, the percentage change relative to their price. Well, I don't know how else we could do it in terms of the percent change from the open, percent change from the close, the percent change in 5 minutes, things like that. I mean, I don't know if we have what you're looking for then. My advice then maybe is that you might have to set up several price ranges. You know, so a 20% move for stocks between 1 and 10, you know, is maybe more is significant, whereas a 5% move for stocks between 50 and 100 is significant also. I mean, I don't know how else I can. Guys, I saw this RBK, this is Argo blockchain. Yeah, I don't think I'm not sure I understand other than the percentage change from the close relative to their price. I mean, it's 10%, you know, 20%, whatever that percent is relative to their price. So I may be not understanding. I'm sorry. There's something called naked shorting, Alex. I mean, it's sort of a game that can be played. It's possible that's why you see that like over 100% short. Look at this PCVX, guys. Boy, this is strong. Boy, it takes out that high. I mean, this could keep motoring. 3687. I'm going to stick an alert there. Okay, Hog. Wow, look at Hog earnings play. So coming into maybe a resistance area around 4150. So I mean, Hog is up 10% relative to its price. You know, it's a $1 stock. It's up 10% from the close. And Edu is still strong. EDU is still strong. Another earnings play. Up 13.5% relative to their price. Again, I'm not 100% sure I understand what you're really looking for, I guess. So here is a LRN. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, look at this earnings play. October 25th pre-market. Yes. Look at this. Post-market. So they released earnings after hours. Not a huge reaction. Guys, there's that PCVX. It just took out the high of yesterday. Boy, LRN, lifetime range, no, it's not even close, but boy, look at this gap down for LRN. It's early though. Another earnings play, guys. Look at this NXGN, another earnings play. Not a lot of volume, but the volume is coming in. Released earnings after hours yesterday. No reaction whatsoever. Market open. Look at this big earnings play. Lifetime range 83%. So it's a strong stock. Probably JK. I think they release after hours today or tomorrow. Amazon, somebody's talking about Amazon. Well, nothing's stopping EDU right yet anyway. You would think that, what's the high over here is 2618. I mean, there's the next high looking left for EDU. What an earnings play this has been. How about TAL? TAL usually trades, not an earnings play, I don't think today. They release earnings on the 28th, but EDU and TAL usually trade in tandem. And look at this. TAL's way cheaper. Another earnings play. Chef. It's had a nice little run over the last 3 days ahead of earnings. So again, it's early, only 9:38. Let's see if any of these any settled out. PCVX making that. Now the actual high from a couple of days ago, I think was 30. This is pre-market, was around 38. I'm going to stick an alert up there. I think it was around 38.05. Boy, these guys are just ripe for a financing. Well, in fact, they did a financing. $32. Wow, this is amazing, guys. They have shrugged that financing price off like nothing. So they did do a financing, they raised $600 million, 15 million shares at $32 a share. So it is way above the financing price. They're being rewarded so far. Now, remember what happened with Dice. Dice did the same sort of thing. Whoops. Dice had the big pop. Give me a moment. Remember, Dice had the big pop also off their 3650 financing. It looked pretty awesome. It got up to actually 42. And then after that, though, it got down to that 3650 and it's still sort of wallowing underneath it. Not saying the same thing is going to happen with that PCV. What's the symbol again? PCVX. Not saying the same thing is going to happen, but that's a great reaction. All right, EPIX not dead yet. So this is a great break out of all this on the daily chart. But looking left, to me, this looks like there's too much resistance between the current price and 240. Okay, guys, Duo from yesterday. This is the cheap one. Got halted yesterday. And it is still kind of alive a little bit. DUO, still kind of alive a little bit. But look at that big topping tail. Almost 15 minutes in, where it'll really start to look. Whoa, look at GSAT. GSAT, big move here for GSAT. All the volume right here on this candle, of course. Hardly any volume in the pre-market. GSAT, big take out of 2 could get this going a little bit. What's the float? Actually, it's a huge float. 691 million in the float. So that's a big float. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Argument to be made that 2 may stall it. But if it gets through 2, traders might be looking at this big pop up to 3 at some point. Another earnings play. See how many earnings plays there are, guys. And next week, as I say, this week we've got some of the big guys releasing, but over the next 2 to 3 weeks, we'll have a lot of stocks that most of you probably not even heard of that release earnings, but have, their day in the sun, either on the upside or the downside. 600 companies next week release earnings. And we're almost 15 minutes in. Okay, so EDU got up to 25.75 and dropped more than $1. That's why it's, in the first 15 minutes, things can get pretty volatile, obviously. See, look at this, another topping tail. Hog gets up to 41.54, dropped all the way down to 39.25. All right, 15 minutes in the book. So let's just see. If we can see anything where there's a lot of room looking left. I talked about SWX, some chatter from Icon. Wow, look at this Novavax, guys. Remember, I had this in the simulator yesterday. I got rid of it. This would have been awesome to have kept. Novavax is still got some room, I think, on that daily chart. Yeah. Next high looking left is 24.53. That's about $1 away. There goes that PCVX, guys. That is a great, great reaction to its financing so far at 32. Market did not punish it at all. And this is only phase 1/2, if I remember correctly, in terms of their data to bio. Well, it just took out that pre-market high of a couple of days ago. Almost, well, no, I'm sorry, 50 with halfway between its low and lifetime low and high, approximately. Yeah, I know Shady took this EPIX. This is the area, it depends how much you think you can make on it, but I look at this 240 area, 245 area as maybe some blockage. All right, market. So a minor disconnect happening here. Well, actually a big disconnect. Dow is up a little bit, just a little bit. SPY's down a little bit, but NAS, all the tech stocks being weighed down by Microsoft and Google. All right, so this AGFY, which went up to $20 about what 7 or 8 days ago, came back down to earth, trying to pop a little bit here. Well, I did not take this one, but man, oh man, PCVX. I keep thinking that eventually it could start drifting down towards that 32 financing, kind of like Dice did, but maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, maybe never. I don't know. Dice, I mean Dice, the day of its financing, it held. I mean, there's that green bar right there. So it did, it basically closed near the high of the day, and it was only afterwards that it started to drop. And I think this was a later stage release of data than PCVX or PCVX. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, this is the key level right now for EPIX. If it can take it out, then you've got 264. All right, HLX alert at 590 at 946. HLX had a nice day yesterday. What's the float? Big float. August. So it had earnings. That must have been the earnings reaction right here. Yeah, this is the earnings reaction right here. So that is a second day continuation of earnings. HLX. Speaking of which, how is CALX doing? CALX. Yeah, there you go, guys. Yeah, I said to watch it. Second day continuation of earnings for CALX. This was the AI alert yesterday, closed near the highs, and now this is a continuation. How was that trade of the week doing? WTI? Oh, what's going on with my typing? Look at that. Trade of the week is performing extremely well, guys. I think the trigger was 755. So, sitting and it got as high as 819. So this is really, really performing well now on a percentage basis. And think I think Steve will be in our YouTube room today, guys. He's had to make a switch. Normally it's Jamie. So I think Steve will be in the YouTube room today between 12 and 1. And he is the originator of the trades of the week. So you can give him, well, assuming it doesn't collapse, utterly collapse, you can congratulate him. Pretty tough, try to come up with one stock as being the trade of the week. So, I mean, this still has, when I look left here, what do we see? The next high looking left is, yeah, around 880. So, I mean, this has got room still. Are you talking about the I have no idea, Joseph. I really, I really don't look at them because I'm not a swing trader. I think I think Michael, who puts them together, has got some kind of a graph. I think they're doing, if you compare it to the SPY, I think they've been doing pretty well. But you're talking about from the channel, right? Doc channel bar. What is it showing up over there? Swing picks. Yeah, this is yeah. It's been out for I don't know how long now. A year maybe. This what does it cost? $17 or something? Sort of an entry level. You get five picks start of every week. Yeah, you'll get an email. Yes, you do. You get an email. You don't have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. You get an email, and then you obviously you're going to have some kind of a charting program or something to or obviously a brokerage platform in order to make the trades if you want. You can ask. I'll tell you what. I don't have the information, but you can go to support at trade ideas.com. We used to call it TI Strength Alerts, but you can ask what is the performance? Okay. All right, guys, congratulations, Shady. That broke right through that 240 level like nothing. So the EPIX, I think he got in around the 30s. So excellent. Kudos to Shady on this one, the EPIX. All right, guys, look at ZWS as an earnings play, right? October 25th post market. Yeah, earnings play, all-time low now, all-time low. And this is from my 10-day daily breakdown. Never heard of them before. Zurn LK Water Solutions. Never heard of them. Okay, guys, I'm trying to short of this ZWS. Okay, shorting this ZWS. It's an all-time low. I love the ones that are an all-time low. So this is what I'm talking about. Alert was at 22.85. I didn't get it quite there. Ooh, boy. There's nothing holding it up, guys. Oh, well, I mean, obviously it's an all-time low, so there's no chart support. I don't know where it's going. Okay, I'm trying to hold on for a bigger move. If it gets back up to where I shorted it, I'll just exit, which is around that 22.83 mark. Morning, Lukey. This is probably no, I don't know how well it's going to work, but this is probably my favorite setup. Something that makes shows up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's an all-time low. And there is a catalyst being, there was a news catalyst. In this case, it's earnings. I'm trying to resist taking just a quick scalp on it. So sorry, guys, I just have to pay attention to this ZWS. That spread tighten up a bit. Ah. All right, give me a moment here, see what I want to do with this right now. It's basically where I shorted it. And I'm talking about the ZWS. Market's putting in a little green bar that might be helping it a bit. All right, guys, I'm out of it. Took a little loss on it. Had profit on it, but I was looking for a big, big, big collapse. So I'm going to watch this later on, see if it takes out that 2268 again. maybe for our reshort. Take over chatter again for Cano. Third Point reports 3.5%, but 3.5% stake, but that's a drop. All right, another kick at it, guys. The ZWS, one more try on it. UBX is on, wow, look at this one. UBX on the run here, guys. UBX on the run, low float, 11.9 million in the float. Not a lot of volume yet, 9 times normal, but big pop for UBX. Don't see any specific news on it. Has a little bit of room to that 326 level. This could get halted. This could get halted the way it's the acceleration of it. I might have to leave the ZWS alone. Actually, it looks like it wants to really bounce now. So out of it again, guys. Another little manageable loss on it. All right, move on. Calls or puts? What do you mean by that, Sam? I don't trade options. Well, this V-Ray, this has been in since Friday, I believe, in the simulator. This is still kind of inching its way up. All right, I'm a glutton for punishment. Maybe another breakdown to 2266 later on. Yeah, this IC, you're absolutely right. I've had this on my watch list forever, it seems. And yeah, I mean, it's another lifetime high here. It is really I mean, they had the big move, the drop, that big news, I believe, and that's what got it going. Then it had the drop, but look how well it is held up. And now, yeah, an all-time high. Yeah, I caution anybody saying easy money anywhere, okay? I just caution that. Got some room here, guys. The HTHT's got a little bit of room, a little bit of room. 3050. Just looking at this for a potential bounce now, guys. It said WS, potential bounce off that whole number. Morning real. Okay, let's see how well this holds this whole number. And then if it doesn't, I'll just forget about it. Is that WS? Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just concentrating on this ZWS in case it really holds 23 and wants to move from there. Maybe following the market a little bit. High income fund, okay, HFRO, next high looking left, yeah, it's too close. Great call, Shady, early on that EPEX. I had my doubts that it would get through that 240 mark, but that, you know, It didn't stop it at all. So a great call by Shady early on the EPIX. All right, guys, I'm I'm really keeping an eye on the ZWS in case it has holding this 23. Woof, MRUS, not an earnings play. MRUS, look at this. I didn't see this didn't really trade in the pre-market. But look at this, MRUS. Maybe there's some support around 19. Look at those candles on the daily chart. Maybe some support around 19, but man. Let's see what it does at 20. See if there's any news on this one. No, it met the filter requirements. It's not low volume, 927,000 shares. That's not low volume. It met my filter requirements in this 10-day daily breakout, or breakdown. Maybe that's low volume to you, but no. 10-day daily breakdown, as long as it is at least 500,000 shares. I think if you click on a name, I think you can do that, diverge. I think there's a way to do it. Oh, look at the spread on MRUS. Now that's low volume. Okay. 1959, 2005. Ooh, look at PAC-B, guys. I mean, they got all the way down to 736, and the buyers just stepped right in. I mean, there is still room on this one, I think. The next high looking left is 929. This PAC-B, I wish I'd seen it a little bit earlier. Maybe the break of that pre-market high. Okay, BZ from Zach's topping scan. The only issue is, of course, it's got a lot of room still, 1431, but what's China doing? KWeb. Take a look at KWeb, or you want to take a look at something like that VZ. What's China doing? Yeah, boy, China is, I mean, remember after yesterday, or 2 days ago, but it had a nice rally, kind of a stagnant, a little, well, it had a pop yesterday, but not that much, not a big range. Hmm. All right, you're making me look. ZWS is just making me look one last time. Well, the way to choose 2 to 3 stocks, Stephen, I mean, first of all, I'm not a big opening range break a trader, but number one, what's your time frame? 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute opening range break, 15, 30, and we have a bunch of them, number one. Number two is that I would put some pretty high relative volume then, so that you're only going to see the ones that are, really trading abnormally in terms of volume. You can start like that. Shoot, I missed it. I missed it. I missed my ZWS. Yeah, so I mean, depends on your opening range breakout that you want. So if I click on configure and then type in search, now opening, let's get a bit more. So, we've got a 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10, 15, 30, and 60. So number one, you've got to choose, which time frame you like. That's number one. Then I would add probably at least a minimum volume, because if you just have that as an alert, you'll get tons and tons of alerts. So next step is to, maybe put a minimum volume. I don't know, 300,000, 400,000, whatever that is, and a relative volume, and maybe 3 or 4, so that you know that it's trading abnormally. And after that, see what sort of alerts you get, and then you can make up your mind if you want to trade them. You know, to get 2 or 3 stocks, I mean, you'd have to, depends how many alerts you get, and just check to see, what the patterns are like. Nope, 30% is not available. 25% will be available very soon. Simon, I know you probably heard me say that it would probably be over last night. So yeah, but 25%. Uh, Ton of fill in the blanks, guys. I really wanted that ZWS. I just got distracted enough that I didn't get my entry. All right, there will be another one. All right, guys, Helix. Rippage here. So now, what did I say? Lifetime, so it's nowhere near a lifetime high, of course, but let's back this out to see where it could go before it hits some sort of resistance. Looks like the next high is, oh, it's way above that. So the next high, gotta go, how far back do we have to go? Looks like the next high is around 660, 660 for Helix, HLX. So the longer it holds over 11, you know what else is making a new high is that PCVX. PCVX. What a strong, again, I know I'm repeat myself on this, but this is a strong, strong reaction to a $32 financing, raising $600 million. You got to be ecstatic. I mean, 3 days ago, this was a $20 stock. So it's basically doubled, and they were able to raise money at 32, 600 million. All right, guys, HLX looks really interesting. I mean, it is just, it's got all that room. Ah, okay, ZWS came back, so I'm not gonna too bent out of shape on it now. And I still have a price alert for this one, this Dice, still have a price alert. I mean it, there's the financing, 3650. I have a price alert right around that area. See if it comes back. And that's for the DICE. A volume increasing. I don't have one like that, Stephen. You talking about relative volume increasing? Christian in our YouTube room. Share of volume increasing. Are you talking about the relative volume increasing? Because we do have that in one of the channels. So Stephen, I need, I don't, maybe you can't hear me. All right, guys, I'm definitely watching this HLX, holding the 615 area. This is something I'm really interested in. When I look left, I can see 660 is the next high, quite a few, well, months ago or weeks ago. So it does have some room to run. And you're one to short HLX, okay? I want to go long HLX. Oh, I wish shorts had been available for this little guy, this RNAZ. Boy, this EPIX, yeah, great. What do we have next? 344? Is that right? Not quite. We've got 313, so we've got some stuff at $3 to get through. If it can somehow get through all of that, then 357 is the next high. Bill Gates behind them? Okay, well, we'll see what happens. I mean, I'll have to see what happens with this one yesterday, PCVX, see if it has any sort of a drop, getting back to that financing price. But so, Stephen, I guess you can't hear me. Trying to answer your question. Yeah, SPY is almost green. NAS is still, so there is a disconnect today. Obviously, NAS is being brought down with Microsoft, Google, etc. Tech stocks weighing heavily on the NAS, but the Dow's up. So there is a disconnect between the so-called value and growth stocks. What's the news for EPIX? Yeah, this is just updated phase 1/2 study, but I guess the fact that maybe a lot of brokerages don't have shorts available, that helps, of course, stock run a bit. At least Interactive Brokers has no shorts available. I'm sure Zach at Centerpoint has tons, but all right, guys, as I wait to see what happens with HLX, see if it holds at 6 and bounces off it. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. My name is Barry Enerson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. Just give me a moment. So I always like to start off with my homepage. A lot of information on my homepage. Now, usually I talk about taking out a subscription, but I would hang on, hold off, okay? This is not valid anymore, okay? The early drive 30, I'm just waiting for the guy who actually manages my homepage to make the change. But, so if you wanted to take out a subscription right now, you could use, excuse me, Barrie, BARRIE, all in caps, 15, you get 15% off, 15% off. However, I'd hold off because I know we're going to have a 25%er. It may come out today. Certainly, I would think by tomorrow. So I'd probably hold off taking out a subscription. But save my link. Then if you do take out a subscription, helps the room, keeps the room free, helps me also. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. First thing you should do, it covers the download and installation, your first startup and login, talks about the toolbar and right-click magic, etc. It would take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos, okay? Short videos. Next, I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. It is free, of course. Now, the trade of the week, which has been excellent this week. I think it's still excellent. Let me just see, WTI. Yeah, really good, really good. Very good. So it is free. It's a free service, guys. You can sign up for it. You'll get it. Now, I know there was a bit of a glitch this week with our email delivery, but it didn't really affect the price. In other words, when you got the email, the trigger was still around the same price. I think the trigger was $7.55, but this is a free service. Okay. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting them, please check your spam folder and or your promotions folder if you have Gmail. It might have gone in there, okay? A lot of education is right here. The user guide. So there's that getting started section that I talked about. Now, at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about the stock races. You can look at other aspects of the user guide later on. Don't get hung up on about how much information there is, but just make sure you understand what an alert window is, a top list window, and what the stock racing is all about. Okay. There's that getting started series again. Daily support. So again, today, when I take my break at noon between 12 and 1, Steve Gomez will take over. So Stephen, yeah, there are 2 rooms, okay? Stephen's asked, is this a live stream? I don't see people talking. There are 2 trading rooms. You're in the YouTube room, and then there's this room here, okay? No, the 30% is not on, Alex. Okay, guys, I hammered you guys. I said it'd probably be over 11:59 p.m. last night. Okay, now there will be a 25%er, and it should come out maybe later on today or tomorrow. So, Stephen, if you want to come into the other room, a lot more action in the other room, more traders, more ideas generated. Okay, there's the link for the other trading room. Well, the big difference, in my opinion, you're in the right room, Edward. Okay, this is again, there are more traders, a lot more action between the traders. YouTube is just easy to get into. You know, they can see my screen, they can hear me talk, but there's just not the same level of trading activity. Okay. But when I do take my break, let me keep going here. When I do take my break at noon between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. And today is Steve Gomez. And again, he's the originator of the trades of the week. So you can ask him about that and other questions, of course. And then Chris Farley, when I shut down the main room at 3:30, Chris takes over in our YouTube room Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. And the daily webinars. So the webinar should start next week. You can sign up for them all right here. And some of you might know Michael Noss. Michael, creator of the Market Explorer scans, but he created this back to basics, short videos, really basic stuff. What is a stock, intro to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. You know, some of you were looking for books on trading. You know, this is a free resource right here. Okay. Now here are my scans that I am sharing. I actually have the Momo scan up and running on another monitor. Just kind of checking this one. Okay, I've got my two races right here, but I do have some other scans that I am sharing. Okay, there's the pre-market actives up and down that I use, been using for years, same format in essence. So now what I normally say is, well, I'll say it again, save my link. When the new promo comes out, that's for 25% off. If you save my link and when it comes out and you do want to take out a subscription, use my link, take the subscription, helps to keep the room free. It's a free room. And yes, I do get a little cut. Okay. Also, of course, if you save my link, you can look at my scans anytime you want, and also that big education section anytime you want. Okay. All right. HLX seems to be trying to hold. Excuse me, that sixth level. Well, I know that BZ showed up in Zach's topping scan, but you know, here's the deal. I looked at that and I thought, well, you know what? Still got a ton of room. China was moving. If you look at KWeb, so I mean, it still may at some point turn into an interesting short, but that's why you know those topping plays from Zach only for experienced traders. Well, there's no point going to the other room, Jose. Okay. When I do take a break at noon, so in about what a little less than an hour and a half from now, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, the one you're in, and then you can head over there and listen to Steve for 12 to 1. But there's no point going over there now. Okay. There's no, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's got a little bit of room, I guess. ATNM, a little bit of room. Had a nice couple of days. Coming into maybe that 860 level might be the resistance area. Boy, this has been a whippy one. This ZWS, I have to stop looking at it, but it has been a whippy one. What's your minimum relative volume, DAC, that you use? If you can hear me, sometimes you've got me on mute, I know. All right, guys, a little more rambling about what trade ideas. Well, Stephen, can you hear me? Again, volume increase. Are you talking about a relative volume increase or just volume increase? Like I asked that question earlier. I don't have one that is just volume increase. We have a relative volume increase, which is maybe what you should look at. So, but again, can you hear me, Stephen? Well, Stephen, I don't know if you can hear me, guys. You know, when you ask me a question, it really helps me to know whether or not you can hear me or not. So, but this is a race based on increasing relative volume. Maybe that's what you want. But if you can't hear me, okay, guys, I just passed that on to Stephen in the YouTube room, but I don't think you can hear me. But I just put the link in there. That is increasing relative volume. Okay, that is a race based on increasing relative volume. So in other words, here's the relative volume at 1.25. If it increased to 1.3, 1.4, 1. You know, that would probably mean the volume is increasing. So obviously, so that's what I would look at. All right. I almost hate to look at this one, but AMPX, guys, AMPX is doing its thing again. Now, this has been, you know, I mean, tough intraday trader, but, you know, the best you can say about it is kind of holding on the daily chart. If it ever kind of breaks free again, need some volume though. You know, the relative volume is only 0.93. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Wow, look at this PCVX just ramping up here. Hey, you never know. Yeah, there's somebody saying maybe 50 bucks. I mean, who knows? I mean, this has just been a fabulous one. Keeping an eye on the HLX, guys. 615 is very interesting for me. You can't do it, Chandru. We don't have EMAs at all. Okay, we don't have EMAs at all. We have SMAs, but we don't have EMAs. Now, we don't have a 3 SMA crossing a 10 SMA in a 5-minute chart either. So sorry to disappoint, but we don't have EMAs at all. You can put them on your charts, but as far as filters and alerts, we don't have EMAs at all. So here are the SMAs that we have. If you can maybe find something equivalent. Okay, I'm just going to show you. So these are the SMAs that we have. So you're looking for a 3 crossing 10 in a 5-minute chart. So we don't have anything with 3. We've got 5 and 5 crossing an 8 on a 5-minute chart. So we don't have, you see what, this is what you have to work with. So if you can find something that, you know, is reasonably equivalent. So all you do is go to excuse me, go to an alert window. Okay, right click, configure, search, type in SMA. Okay, and that'll bring them all up. So if you can find something that, you know, is somewhat equivalent to your 3 EMA crossing a 10 in a 5-minute chart, the volume is easy. I mean, obviously volume and price, but this is what you have to work with, okay? Okay. Well, I definitely feel foolish that I'm not in this EPEX, but that's okay. So look how many races EPIX won. Now, guys, I'll talk a little bit about the races now. First, just very generally, what is Trade Ideas? You know, I have to do this because we do have new traders coming in or new people coming into the room. So we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. Okay, you can use Trade Ideas. Give me a moment. Okay. So we are a scanner, okay? And there is a difference between a screener and a scanner. Show you what I'm talking about. If I click on new from our toolbar and click on docked channel bar, These are theme-based channels, okay? So if I click on the momentum channel, so this is an alert window called momentum, and that's the scan that I'm actually sharing my home page. So when you right click on configure and summary, this is what a screener does. You know, these are our filters. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, so it's trading at least 3 times normal, 100,000 shares minimum, 1,000% increase in volume over the last minute, 405 minutes, etc. Okay, so this is the screening aspect of it. So if a stock meets all of these filter values and it makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see CIFR. Okay, CFI, so you can just see exactly what happened. You know, volume coming in, there's that increase in volume and just made a new high. That's why we see CIFR. That's a scanner, okay? The screener are the filters, and then the real-time alerts. That's what the scanner does. So if you like this one, now again, I am sharing this one on my homepage. You can have that one. But if you went to different channels and you saw a scan that you liked, this is what you would do. You right click and you want to get it out of the layout. So you duplicate it into a free floating window. And here it is, free floating, okay? Now, if you like it exactly the way it is, then you just save it to your cloud. But if you wanted to make a change, you right click configure. Remember I was showing you what it's looking for. You may look at this and go, well, I love the concept, but I want a different price range. So you left click on the icon and this brings up this table here. Now I can make a change in the price if I want. Okay. And if I click on summary, you see how it has changed. Now it's 10 and 100. I could make changes here. I could, you know, if you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you add a filter that you really like. Okay. So again, if you like it exactly the way it is, then you just save it to the cloud, or you make a change first and then you save it to the cloud. And right click, save or share to cloud. Okay, save. Now it's in your cloud. Stop it. Now, the only thing I have to tell you is that when you save something out of a channel and you save it to the cloud, and you click on the alert, you might say, well, wait a minute, how come it's not loading into my chart? The reason being is that what they've done here is they said, okay, if somebody clicks on ePix, they want it just to load into the channels, the charts on the channels, not in your charts. Okay. So how to fix that is you right click, symbol linking, and you see where it says it's checked dock window. So that means it's only going to go into this is a channel. It's a dock channel. So it's only going to go when you click on the alert, it's going to go into here. So all you have to do is get the symbol linking link to all. Okay, that's typically that's the default. So now when I click on ePix, you can't see it underneath. It'll change to ePix on you know, in my channels, in my charts. Okay, hopefully that's not too confusing. Now, just a word about this. If you make a change right here in the channel and you stay in the channel, of course the change is saved. If you leave the channel and then you come back, the change is not saved. The reason it's not saved, channels are for everybody. Okay, so the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily mean that's what everybody else wants. Okay, just so you know that. But that's why you go through the exercise of maybe extracting some scans that might look interesting to you. Okay. Now, sorry about that. I'm chewing on some ice. So I showed you, we've got a lot of layouts. We have a lot of scans that we created in our channel bar. You can also, or from our channel bar, all the different theme-based layouts. I'm sharing a lot of my scans, but don't go overboard. Okay, don't try to create every single strategy known to man or woman, person, and have 10 alert windows, 5 top list windows, and you're just be clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. Okay, so that's why I wanted to talk a little, excuse me, a little bit more in detail about the racing. Why I think it's a really good place for people to start who are brand new maybe to trading, because it'll get you to focus, maybe brand new to trade ideas. It'll get you to focus on just a couple of scans. These are race scans. So what you're seeing here, every race is based on a top list window. So in this top list window, if I configure, take a look at what it's looking for. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares, and it's up 2% from the close, you will see it in the race. You will see the stocks that are moving the most based on those filter requirements. Okay, that's what happens in the race. Now I'm sharing these two races, but of course, down the road, or even, you can obviously create your own race from your own style of trading. You may want a different price range. You may want a different minimum volume. You may want to add some filters, things like that. Of course, you can customize it. Okay, but these are the two that I am sharing right now. So top list windows, and they can still be used for this, but the way a top list window is used before we had races is any column that you have, you can add as many filters. These are just filters. You can double left click rapidly and it'll sort the column. So right now I can see that EPIX is up 84% from yesterday's close. Okay, CIFR 28%, etc. The change from the open, EPIX is up 58% from the open, etc. So that's great. Might be interesting to see that, but how are you going to use it to trade? Because what you really want to know is, okay, great, in this list, what's really moving now? And that's what the race does. I run 4-minute races. So we're almost halfway through this first race. So when I see GNS, and you see what happens, the stocks move up and down. Right now, GNS has moved 3.6% since the race started. Okay, almost 2 minutes ago. Now that, of course, can change. It could drop. EPIX could take over. But this is what happens. During the 4-minute race, stocks are jockeying for position. And it'll just let you know, well, what is moving based on my filter requirements, what's moving the most right now. Click on it. If you like what you see, you say, okay, yeah, I like the pattern. Or maybe you might say, well, I don't mind this, but I'd rather take it if it pulled back to a certain level, or maybe if it broke out above a certain level. It's up to you. That's why you've got to practice trading. Okay. So what happens is over the course of the day, you have a watch list that is automatically created for you. And the number one position is EPIX because it won 9 races today. GNS won 4 races all the way down. Every other stock only won 1 race. Now, does that mean you forget about, say, Hyper, HYPR? I don't know. Let's click on it and check to see what the pattern is. Okay, so I'm looking at this. Not bad. I mean, it's over $1. It didn't utterly collapse. I don't like all this over here looking left, but you know, I mean, it depends on your style of trading, of course, but you could say to yourself, well, what if it got up to 110? Do I want to know? First of all, I want to know about it. And maybe then I will take the trade. That's why you've got to practice so in the simulator. So you could put a price alert up here. Now you forget about it. You know, if it hits the price alert some point during the day, great. If it doesn't, you just forget about it. That's the exercise to go through with everything in the top 10 list. You know, here's another one, Vroom. You know, maybe if it takes out the high, maybe it becomes an interesting trade. I mean, I don't like these because for me, I just sort of see a lot of resistance on the daily chart. But imagine if, for instance, imagine if this stock was sitting at 112, all of this that you see in the daily chart was underneath it, and the next high was like 186, as an example. You'd be going, wow, okay, this has got a lot of room to run. So that's the exercise, you know, so it'll get you used to looking at charts. Aloe, let's see what aloe is. You know, the next high is 1078, and if you take that out, the next high is 1128. I mean, that may be good enough for you. You know, but look at that. I mean, the 200-day moving average is right above it. It's going to have to take that out also. So there's a lot to trading, right? I mean, you know, it's practice, looking at charts, understanding, you know, what things are important. I think the 200-day moving average is extremely important. A lot of people, and I do also, you know, the VWAP is important. Here's the PCVX. I mean, you know, what can we say about this? Now, this probably, I mean, even it only won one race. That means, and you know, it's a relatively expensive stock. So even though it was moving higher, the percentage gain wasn't enough other than one time to win a race. But doesn't mean that you forget about it, right? Now, the difference between these two races, this is a larger cap version of this. And that's why you will not see typically, you know, high percentage increases, okay? What I did was I put a 500 million minimum market cap here in this race, and also a 50 million minimum float. So again, you will not see, you know, these, like, you'll never, shouldn't say never, but rarely are going to see like an 8% increase in a 4-minute race in this large cap. Doesn't mean but if you're new to trading, these are very volatile. These are very volatile. These are way less volatile. So it might be a little bit easier, you know, to trade. For instance, look at the QFIN. So when I look at the QFIN, the high yesterday was 1041. What if it takes that out? Okay, what if I can take that out? This is a China stock, yeah. So what if it takes that out? And then you look left, 1150 or so. I mean, that's a lot of room. So I'd stick an alert. You know, at the high yesterday, would say 1043. See if it takes it out, and then you can make up your mind. Do I want to trade it? What's the market doing? You know, the market is it you know, is all of a sudden is it starting to collapse? If this is a China stock, so again, these are all the things you should be considering. What are the rest of the China stocks doing? So KWEB, you know, what is KWEB doing? You know, it's still strong. Okay. So if you want to, you know, so you want a lot of trading, of course, is being on the same side as maybe what the market's doing, but also what the sector, what sector. If you want to take an energy play, what is the energy sector doing? Are you on the right side of it? Now, sometimes it doesn't matter. I mean, if a specific stock in a sector has news, maybe it's an earnings play or has some news, it may not care what the rest of its sector is doing. These are all the things that go into trading. What race did I mention now? The large cap race, Iris? Is that it's on my homepage, Iris. On my homepage. I've got these two races right on my homepage. If you're talking about the large cap gainers from the open. Yeah, so it's all on my homepage. So if you wanted that one, go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and then you'll see large cap gainers from the open percent. It's this one right over here. Oh, the high volume. Okay, that one, it's high relative volume. It's increasing relative volume. High volume means nothing. Okay, just in general. I mean, if I look at Facebook or Meta, whatever you want to call it, Meta, so it's trading 13 million shares, right? But is that relative? And then actually today, because it's going to have earnings, let me get another one. You know, 28 million shares for Apple. Relative volume is 1. So it's only trading normally, as an example. So it's not the absolute volume that's critical. It's the relative volume. You know, is this abnormal? Is this abnormal activity? And that's why the relative volume is a great filter to have in a lot of your scans. And this is what this one does. Click on new, dock channel bar, and then click on, where are you? Price and volume stock racing, price and volume stock racing. And this is the increasing relative volume. Increasing relative volume. So that means, I mean, if Apple were showing up, that would mean the volume maybe, if it were showing up as one of the leaders, you know, it means it would be going maybe from 1.02 to 1.1 to 1.2, you know, increasing relative volume. So you'll see the increasing relative volume leaders right here. Okay. And I popped that one into YouTube. That's the link that I popped in. So above your posts. So if right here, that's the link right there. So that is this one, the increasing relative volume, okay? Yeah, so that's what I was saying. You have to symbol linking. Go to symbol linking. That's what I was saying, that you see the way they've designed these, anything you click on in any of our channels will only load into the chart and the channel, okay, that you're in. So what you have to do is right click on it, okay, and click on symbol linking, and then click link to all. Because the right now, what they're, I'm not sure I agree with it, you know, but you know, if you're in this channel, and you click on a link, it'll only load into the charts that are in the channel. So if you want it to load into your charts, you just have to right click and click on symbol linking and then link to all, okay? Once you link to all, now when I click on an alert, it's going to load into, well, it'll load here, and it'll also load into my, okay? So that's kind of the trick. Make sense? Thank goodness I didn't take that short. I was all set poised to take this short for ZWS right down here, 2260. And I said no. Well, HLX, I really thought when you got back up to that 610 level, I thought maybe, that's maybe, you would start to move. Actually got up to 613. There's the VWAP, 595. Maybe that holds it. All right, guys. Time is it now? 11:13. So in about 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break between 12 and 1. Steve Gomez will, excuse me, take over in our YouTube room. And remember, I mean, that went from 7:55, the trigger. Didn't have to get it, you didn't have to get it right at 7:55. I think 7:55 was the trigger. Up to 8:32 this morning. I mean, that's just a great percentage move. Okay, Michael. So Michael in our YouTube room is saying that solars are running. Yeah, solars are running. Look at TAN, the ETF. How's First Solar doing? Yep. Earnings play tomorrow, after hours tomorrow. FSLR earnings play tomorrow after hours. All right, so there's the QFIN, guys. You know, there's the QFIN at yesterday's high. So you can see if it bases a little bit here and then it starts to run. Remember that. And again, keep an eye on KWEB. You know, I mean, if I were going to trade this QFIN, I'd have KWEB side by side. Okay, and I have a chart of KWEB, and I'd have the other one QFIN, because you know they're more than likely most of the China stocks are going to follow what KWEB is doing. AIZ. Earnings play? No. Wow, 150 down to, I mean, really no action in the pre-market. It's not an earnings play. I don't know if they're pre-release. Oh, okay, reports preliminary. That's what it is. So they release on the first, but this is preliminary. So they're basically telling the market ahead. I hate it when these companies do this. Why don't they just wait? Look at this market, guys. Boy, this market is still on fire here. Tech is even, Nas may finally get positive. Look at the Dow. That's a pretty low float too. 52 million for a once $150 stock. Hey, Iris, did that work? All right, Zach, here's your TRQ that came up on your topping tail scan. Well, on his topping scan, I mean, the suggestion is a short, okay? These are all short ideas. Okay, but obviously, well, I had no shorts available for EPICs, but that's why this is only for what I call definitely experienced traders, because at what point if you had had EPIC shorts, you would had been watching this, we're going to short it here, 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 as it keeps making these new highs. So if you're new, if you're a new trader, I would just forget about those. Well, there's nothing is showing up in his bounce scan. In his bounce scan right now, you can see right now, nothing is showing up. But I am sharing those two scans, but again, for experienced traders only. I have no idea on that one, Iris. No, sorry. I don't play pullbacks like that. I don't, and in terms of a scan, I may see a pullback, but I don't scan for them. And certainly, yeah, something that pull back and now is 100% pulling, going higher on volume. No, I have nothing like that. I think you've asked that question of the other guys, right? If they don't have it, because they're way more into pullbacks than I am. I mean, I know Michael's got the pullback to the 10 SMA, the Market Explorer, but that is not a race. So I don't know if I'm sure they've told you about this one. I don't even know where it is. Moving average. Yeah. So, a pullback to the 10 SMA on the 15 daily and weekly. Those are pullbacks. 821 cross EMA trend pullback, but they're not races. You know how to access them, right? We have a halt or have a resume. TC just resumed. So it got halted at 7:45. It popped a little, just minor. So I'm going to stick an alert at 7:45 in case it takes that out again. It's the only time I get interested. FBC guys, so you can see, I mean, if this, what is this, a bank? Yeah, Flagstar Bank. Earnings play on the, boy, my eyes, 26 pre-market. So I guess this was earnings play today. Yes, I guess. No action. Look what happens though. If at 34.25, it's taken out 34, excuse me, 30, geez. It's taken out 34.25. The next high looking left is 35.30. So, it's got maybe $1 to the next high. Not saying it's getting there. Just saying that that is what you can start, looking left on a daily chart when a stock is near its high for the day. Okay, one moment, please. And speaking of FBC, I mean, look what it's doing. So, I mean, you've got a couple of choices here. I wouldn't chase it, but maybe it pulls back to I don't know, where's the VWAP? That's too much. But, maybe it pulls back to, that's why you have to practice trading. Pulls back to a certain level that you might like. And speaking about practicing trading, let me just drop this link in. So I dropped a link in called Brokerage Plus. 2 videos there, short video. If you have an Interact or Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You can see that there are 2 options underneath this Brokerage Plus. One says live. So the short video shows you how, again, if you have an Interact or Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use it to trade this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. It's only available if you're using our web-based version. 2 things aren't available yet: the Racing and Brokerage Plus. Racing, I have to think it's going to be soon, but we've been saying that for a long time. Brokerage Plus, I don't think it'll ever be available until we get AWS going. Second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Paper trader, practice trading first, okay? So to load Brokerage Plus, click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Here's the window that you'll see. It will say not connected. Okay, so right beside that ask, there's a box. It'll say not connected. All you do is you click on the Sim option underneath Brokerage Plus. That'll switch to account. Click on the account and then click on Simulated Trading Default. And now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. You can even practice swing trading. This is a trade I took, I don't know, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. I can't even remember. I was showing people how you can take a trade. I kept this. So if you take a trade today and you don't exit it at the end of the day, here's how you can practice swing trading. All you need is our standard service and you're good to go. Untradeable. Sorry, guys. 701, 787, the bid ask, untradeable on the TC. And simple enough, simple to use. You just click on an alert that you get. The symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. This is if you click on that blank box, you'll see we have some options that you can pick from. Of course, you can pick it exactly the number of shares you want. If I wanted to trade SLS right now, okay, I would just pick how many shares I want. Let's go 400 shares. And a little bit of a bug. There we go. Okay. So I could go in at the ask. Okay. There's only a 2-cent difference. So I click on the buy button, click send. And now you're in the trade. Okay. So if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, this would become a swing trade. If I want to get out right now or anything, if I have a bunch of trades in here, I just highlight the one I want. I can flatten it. That'll get me out of the trade. Or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Or of course, I could go right down to the box and pick how many shares I want to trade. Okay. So please practice trading before you commit money to the market. Until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade. Stop it. This ZWS, it's going to turn into one of those ones where I guess if I just held my initial position short and just close my eyes, but I can't do that. Now, the other thing we've done is we've created a buy button for you. If your buy button is not clickable, in other words, if it's grayed out like that sell button is for me, make sure you're on the latest version of Trade Ideas, okay? Either the beta or the pro or the production version, okay? And then click on Sim, of course, and then that you'll see a buy button. You'll be able to click on it. So all the buy button does, it just gets you into a trade quickly, okay? It's not a strategy so much, because what it does is it'll take $5,000 worth of the stock at the price you tell it to. So in other words, here, let's click on Megal. So if I click on Megal right now, so for instance, if I thought, you know what, I'd love to take this trade, but only if it pulls back, maybe to the VWAP. There's the VWAP right there, 273. Okay. So I click the buy button. A crosshairs will appear. I drop it to the price I want. Left click, and now you'll see a blue bar or line, line on the chart. It'll take the trade right there. Now, it automatically puts a stop in for you at the low of the day. Of course, you don't have to do that. This is why I don't call this a strategy, just a quick way to get into a trade. I could take that stop though and move it wherever I want. Okay. And of course, if I want to take a trade right now, that one was showing up on the momentum scanner. So I'll just take the trade. Okay. I'll take the trade right now, use this buy button, drop it on the price. Let's see if I can get a fill. Maybe you have to move it to the current price. Okay. So took the trade. Okay. Took 8,556 shares. Why? Well, that's not right. Oh, you know what might happen? I might have clicked it twice. Anyway, there I am in the trade because it's supposed to take $5,000 worth of stock. But that's why you practice, in a simulator, all right? I'm gonna do something again here, guys. I want to make sure this is not messed up. Let's take this EPIX. Now, does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. So I must have accidentally clicked a couple of times on this. Okay. That's why it took 8,000 shares, but that's why it took 1,543 shares, $5,000 worth at the price I told it to. Okay. So again, this is not a strategy. It is just a quick way for you guys to get used to clicking on a buy button rather than, of course, down the road, you can assign your own setup to the buy button. If you want to take, 5,000 shares, or not 5,000 shares, but $5,000 worth, or and put a stop in at a certain level, things like that. You can do it. All we tried to do, though, make it easy for new people rather than saying, okay, here's what you got to do and go through 10 steps in order to create something that when you click on the buy button, it's going to work immediately. Okay, so instead of doing that, we said, let's just create something that's really simple for people. Click the buy button, they can get into a trade. You can worry about the mechanics later about, the stops and all that sort of stuff, but just to get you used to taking a trade. All right, guys, HLX is making its way back again. Well, here's another interesting one. Maybe, oh, this is this green power. This was active yesterday. Thought I saw it yesterday. Maybe I didn't. Looks like it's coming into some resistance. What a move, guys. Now, maybe a couple of topping tails here now for PCVX, but it's so strong. Hey, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, this one just opened. This is a big IPO today, guys. 41 million, 18 to 20. So it is above the IPO price. Big guys behind it: Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Citi, Bank of America, etc. So MBLY just opened. I think this is isn't this some kind of a spin-off from Intel, INTC? So obviously, now this IPO was really downsized a lot. I think earlier when it was supposed to come out a while ago, I think it was supposed to be in around the 40 range. Anyway, there it is. That's right. They bought them. That's right. Mobileye. Wow, Ed, you just made another new high, guys. What's the next high looking left? Is 2530. No, that's not right. Is 2593. That's not right. What am I looking at here? Next high looking left, sorry, is 2618. And then after that, 2746. So, again, one of those ones that you might want to follow the next day. All right, for HLX, I don't think I have a price alert set, but I have to set one up in this area here. See if it gets back up to this area later on in the day. Wow, Edu, look at this. I just took out that little high. Is that right? 2618, getting close to that high right there. The next high is 2746. Strong, strong stock. And it's an earnings play, so it's going to be, it's going to be active all day. The volume is even picking up. I mean, the volume is even picking up, guys. So strong stock, earnings play. Ooh, how ugly is this one? YMAB. Now it's coming into the YMAB coming into the 200-day moving average. Will that hold it up? If not, what's the volume like? Not bad. I don't see any. Here we go. So this was an 1106 headline. FDA scientists question the evidence of efficacy for its therapy. I'm not going to try to pronounce all this stuff, but neuroblastoma. But that happened at 1106. Look at EDU go. Oh, I mean, this is now challenging that level right here. 2752, getting closer. Great earnings plays, guys. Earnings, earnings, earnings. The next 2 weeks should be really exciting. Oh, look at EDU, guys. Yes, okay, probably know I have a little bit, but wow. Next week, next week, where are you? Whew. Okay, so this week we have about is that right? 600? Yeah, we got about 700, actually, 720 companies releasing earnings this week. Okay, next week we've got about 1,000. Okay, and the week after that, it'll probably, be close to that. So that's why this is so exciting. You got all these companies, and when they release earnings, I mean, they can do the crazy, like Edu. Yeah, I looked at that earlier. I couldn't believe how cheap it was. Was it in the $3 level? Yeah, so yeah. I mean, Tal, absolutely, and they have earnings on the 28th. So I mean, if you thought, if the Edu, but this is already kind of being tugged along. Look at EDU. Mm, holy moly. Wow. 2746. I mean, it's broken through that now. And EDU may win this race. What time is it? 240. Yeah, but it's only up 1.7%. That's because it's a $27 stock, but Yeah, and I see it's showing up in your topping. I mean, at some point. But boy, I mean, you've picked here, 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 here. I mean, maybe that's the top for a while. Oh yeah, they had a bunch of reverse splits, but at this point, who cares? You know, I continue to watch this HLX. I have a thumbnail. That's why I kind of have but I do have a price alert set up here around 615 because I think when I look left, the next high was around 660. So, the longer it holds over this sixth level, there's the VWAP. The VWAP looks like, well, it did break down below it a little bit. All right, I'm out of everything right now, guys. I'll be taking my break pretty soon at 11:50. So what I'm going to do right now, put the YouTube link in. Steve will be there in probably about 5 or 8 minutes or so, or maybe right at noon. I don't know. But here is the YouTube link if you want to head over there and listen to Steve between 12 and 1. Oh, look at this one, guys. So here's Culp. Um, the next high looking left is around 445. It did get up to 421. It pulled back. What's the volume? The volume. Sorry. Volume is too low. I thought I had a minimum volume. Okay. I know what happened. Well, look at this one. Has even got some room, guys. The PBT. See that red line? That is indicating that is the next high looking left, and that's at 2119. I mean, if it takes that out, then the next high is 2215. So I mean, this has got sort of a dollar to the next high. If it can take this out right there, energy play. Well, I guess it's not. I don't even know how to categorize these things. A trust of Southwest Bank. I can't see this. I'm assuming this is okay, Texas royalty. Okay, so kind of an energy play. No, the Epix is not done yet. Okay, guys, I'm gonna put my announcement in. I'll be on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Hey, appreciate that, Zaka. RLX. I mean, some of these are just. I mean, winning a race up here and just absolutely. I mean, you know what? We're sort of in a bit of a market that even these little guys are having some continuation today, anyway. You know, it's been, I would call it very spotty over the last few weeks, but today, anyway, we're getting it. We have a bit of a market where some of these little ones, these small cap ones, this is not a small cap though. I don't understand. At 595 million shares, it's hard to believe. Let me just do a quick check. I want to do a quick check on my float checker. I want to check that because it just seems too high. But let's see, RLX. No, it's a big float. It's a big, big float. Interesting. That's an impressive move, you know, to go move 22% with over $500 million in the float. That's a super impressive move. Now, where could it stall? Of course, don't listen to me. I mean, I thought EPIX might stall at around that 244 mark. Or was it 144? I can't remember anymore. Right there. I thought maybe it could stall around that 240 mark, and it just, you know, crashed right through that like nothing. Okay, guys, EDU after a little pullback. I'm out of it now, completely out of it now. Look what it got to, almost to the penny. Let's see what that high was, 27.46, and it got to 20. Oh no, I mean, it's still got room. I mean, if it really wants to keep running, and look at the volume. Look, I mean, look at this is the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart or 15-minute candle for EDU. You know, typically the opening candle is the big one. Look at this volume. People can't get enough of this. There he is, Mr. Steve Gomez himself. Right, Steve? I heard the ping. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. I heard Steve's ping to get in, so I'm going to put myself on mute. We'll see you guys in the main room at about 1 o'clock. And of course, I'm still talking to you guys in YouTube. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. I heard a little ping, so that usually means that he came in, but I don't see him. Hmm. Okay, he says he's going to be there in 2 minutes. Okay, guys, so. Wow. Yeah, I mean, what did I just say? EPIX is not done. Not done. Wow. Now, I don't know what happened to the ePix that I had here. I don't know what happened to it. I had this in the simulator. All right. I heard the ping again. You teased me the first time, Steve.
I don't know what you heard the first time, Barry, but it wasn't me.
Oh, okay. It sounded like that telltale ping. So, all right. Well, it doesn't matter. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Just getting settled over here and going to fill in for Jamie, obviously, because I'll be out of
Yes.
town tomorrow and Friday.
Yes.
So
Any course that we know of?
it's Utah. I'm going to visit my dad.
Oh, cool. Very
Yeah,
cool.
any
Okay.
course we know of. I wish. Now we might go hit some balls and have some fun, but yeah, I need to go visit the old man.
Is that a flight or you do? I guess
Well,
that's a flight,
normally,
right?
normally I would drive to St. George. It's about a 7-hour drive if I really haul ass. But I'm
Okay.
tired of driving, so this time I'm going to fly to Vegas and just shuttle it up to St. George, Utah. It's a beautiful place. It's where Zion is, Zion National Park.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
now listen, you're going to Vegas. Don't stay there.
No, I can't stand that town.
Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. Now,
Okay.
number one, can you hang around till 1, or do you want me
Yes.
to come
No,
back at 10 to 1?
I can stay to the top of the hour. No problem.
Okay, cool. All right,
All right.
Steve. I'll go now, and I'll show up probably at 5 to 1, maybe have a chat, but
All right.
I'll leave right now.
You got it. See you later. Have fun. All right. Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Like I said, I'm taking over for Jamie here midday, and personally, it's been a pretty good day for me. Um, these are my positions that I came in long with today. Rumble. I've been a big proponent of Rumble. I've been in and out a couple times, but I did pick it up back down here in the early sevens, and I'm getting a bit of a push. Maybe it's because of Google's YouTube numbers were declining. Maybe there's some empirical data that is now showing that YouTube is vulnerable to other platforms, and that would be Rumble. So looking good on that. I'm fully expecting a move up here to the 20-day SMA. You know what? I don't think I have shown my cam. Hang on a second, guys. I want to make sure I'm showing my screen. I'm not showing my screen. Silly. Hang on a second. There we go. Okay, that probably makes a lot more sense for you guys here that are watching. I apologize for that. Forgot to share my screen. So as I was saying, yeah, this is the Rumble trade I'm in. I've been in for a couple of days. I'm staying in this thing. I think there's a lot more to go. So it's not really a trade. It's more of an investment. But I highlighted that 20-day SMA right there. It's probably a short-term target. I'm just going to go ahead and what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my price alert up to the 20-day SMA just to let me know if and when it gets there, and I'll observe and see how the price action reacts. What I'm also in is, well, let's start with the dollar, because this is really the storyteller here. This is the U.S. dollar as a basket ETF to compare to many other, not just one currency pair, but many currency pairs. So again, it's a basket ETF of the U.S. dollar. I've often said that the 50-day moving average, no matter what it is you're looking at, is a general sign of health. And the dollar has been very strong. It's really been one of the safe havens, I think, for a lot of people. Don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's because there's nowhere else to go. But the point being is here, we now have a pretty big precipitous drop here the last 2 days out of this range. That was a pretty tight range, and it could have easily resolved higher. But it looks like it's not. This is kind of a significant event, in my opinion. If the dollar is losing its luster, then we're going to start seeing some movement into other assets again, stocks being one of them. But silver, I'm going to go ahead and talk about silver. I'm been in PAAS for a couple days. It's having a nice breakout move above its declining 50. So it's almost the inverse of the US dollar. Just check something. Yeah, so I'm loaded up in some silver stocks. I've got the PAS there, and I've also got PSLV, which I've been in and out of a lot lately. It's been range bound for months now. But I'll tell you what, guys, if that dollar continues to fall out of favor, this range that we've seen right here that I'm drawing, we may break out of this range in silver. And, you know, I'm not a gold bug or anything like that, but I do believe in silver. I believe it's got a lot of catch up to do. And a lot of people have been scratching their heads lately as to why the heck is gold and silver not moving when we hear about inflation? Well, there's probably many reasons for that. I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole. But the point is, I'm feeling like maybe there could be a turn and a shift in the winds. If this dollar UUP closes weak, things could really change from what we've had. That's my point. What else am I in the trade of the week? WTI is working rather well. Again, I like this trade because the chart, relative strength, and 15% short the float there on that one. And then lastly, I got into VTNR, which is also a VTNR, which is a petroleum refinery. Let me try this again. I'll just click the symbol. How's that? All right, so VTNR, take notice, has actually 31% short the float. So here, another petroleum refinery, you know, WTI is also kind of in the same. It's gas extraction. It's not a refiner, so it's typically not the same. But look at the relative strength here in these two charts compared to the rest. So yeah, I'm kind of in a commodity mode. You know, I've got Rumble, I've got silver, I've got some oil. And what else? Is there anything else? Let me see if I'm missing something. I haven't made any new trades today. Like I said, I'm leaving town tomorrow, and I'll probably just manage what I have. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Those 5 positions. I see Rum made a new high, maybe. So let's look at the market in general. We had a big precipitous gap down this morning because of Google and because of Microsoft and the NASDAQ. But forget Microsoft and Google. If we just plug the NASDAQ back in, that it really did shake off that gap down this morning. And I bet you the dollar, the weakness in the dollar had a lot to do with helping people feel comfortable jumping back into equities. All right, see some questions coming in. What do I think about Best Bed Bath & Beyond? Well, yesterday was the day that I think the short sellers ran for the hills. Today is definitely follow through, I think, on the short covering. I mean, this really is an interesting monster. We've had 2 good solid days of short covering. I'll tell you what I'd say about Bed Bath & Beyond. On the daily chart, it really needs to hold this 20 level. You see yesterday it got held up and sold at the 20. Well, today we're just kind of peaking a little bit above it. At the end of the day, when we close, it'd be nice to see that Bed Bath & Beyond back above that 20. And if that's the case, you know, then there could be some, you know, clear sailing up here to this level. I'm looking left basically and seeing a little hitch there. And then also the 50-day moving average. So there could be some more meat on the bone. If we switch to the intraday here, all I want to do is see Bed Bath & Beyond stay above this 10 SMA for the most part. So it's not bad. I think the meat of the move is behind us. It just depends on how many more shorts are in there. I mean, if you took a chance here, again, I'll just reiterate, as long as it stays above this 15-minute 10 SMA, it should be staying in a momentum mode, but we'll see. What about, oh yeah, copper and FCX? How about that? It's been a while since I've looked at them. Yeah, look at that. The metals. It's interesting. Dr. Copper, huh? Interesting earnings on FCX. What was the other one? TGB was a smaller cap name that I liked for copper. There, it's trying to make a little move as well. It's only $1 stock though. Yeah, I think we're in that situation where if it's heavy and you can drop it on your foot, it's kind of in favor right now. So that's a good looking chart, especially coming off of earnings. The only downside I would say is you've got these moving averages way down here. So there's a lot of space between that and the moving average. Sometimes I get a little bit nervous when I see all that space, maybe take a little bit of profits, but going forward, this is probably something you can lean on as these moving averages, the 10, primarily the 10 comes up to catch the price. It probably won't take too long, but that's going to be what you would want to key on the daily. There's pause going to highs. I'll take that. UP doesn't have any bounce at all. Definitely a short squeeze over there in Bed Bath & Beyond, Sam, for sure. Okay, DXY, missed that one. Dollar? No. Dixie? If it's DXY, the dollar, we have to look at it through UUP on our platform. We don't have the futures contracts. Gosh darn it. There we go. All right, let's see what else we got here. Well, Bill brings up a very good point. Bed Bath & Beyond is showing 106% short in the single stock window. How can it be over 100? Well, you guys remember GameStop? You remember AMC? The whole story with this meme stock thing, if you get it, is the fact that there's a lot of nefarious naked shorting going on out there. Naked shorting is shorting, entering a position, but not having the certificate to back you up. So therefore, how could 100% or how could it be more than 100% short? Well, I think that single data point, Bill, just essentially exposes Bed Bath & Beyond as another one of those hedge fund targets that have attacked certain stocks, and they're doing so illegally. That's the whole story here. I don't really care what GameStop or AMC does in terms of price. What I care about is I want to see exposure of the hedge funds and the nefarious groups that are out there breaking the rules to make a shit ton of money off of people. Last I heard, they're doing it in like secondary dark pools of what we would call default swaps, where you're getting two people outside of the market to create bets and default swaps. And I don't even understand half the stuff they're doing, but what they're doing is wrong. The SEC is their friend. The SEC just likes to pick on the little guy in the newsletter people. Everybody else they go to lunch with and they just have a good laugh. But this naked shorting thing is a serious, serious problem, and it needs to be exposed. So, Bill, that's your answer. It's basically throwing up a red flag saying, there's more shorts in here than there should be, and what the hell's going on? And when those things start to go, they really can go because there are a lot of shorts in there. But it's a big pain point for me right now in the market. I've watched the market evolve since 1996, 97, and it's evolved in a direction that's just, it's not good, honestly. We used to trade human against human in fractions. And fast forward now, we've got decimal points and 13 different dark pools that you can't see, and fraction HFT and algos that run the market. I mean, this market is run by 90% of by a computer, pretty much. It's just nothing like it was. So I see all the changes that have happened, not for the good, but for the worse, to enrich the big guys and hurt the little guys. And this naked shorting thing, this is the last straw. It has to be exposed. So, all right, Steven, you got a problem. Too chicken to buy because stock keeps going down. Too afraid to buy stock going up because chasing, stuck mentally. Well, Steven, if you're new here, I have kind of a simple strategy for that. Let me see if I can find a good example. Let's go ahead and go through our stock races here. Perfect. Right on the button. Exactly what I wanted to see. So again, the stock races, guys, for day traders and quick hitters, This right here is your watch list. You can spend all the time you want drinking at night, putting together, writing down scratch paper of all the things you want to watch tomorrow, but you don't know what's going to break out. You have no idea what's going to happen. So every single day, the Trade Ideas races give you a top 10. All right, now if you're not seeing that, you need to right click. It says show all winners. So if you're not seeing the top 10, you right click and show top 10. So right off the bat, this ePix, I'm sure Barry's been on it. I wasn't paying attention, but to answer your question, when do you enter? You feel like you're chasing if you chase, or you feel like when you're buying a dip that you're going to go lower. It's a great question. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to share my chart with you, so you have the same indicators that I do. All right, it's a 15-minute chart. It has two indicators. It's got this blue line, which we call the 5-day moving average. That'll come into play in another chart. I'll talk about that. But this is the key. 10 SMA. So 15-minute candles, 10 period average. This is probably one of the sweetest setups I've ever encountered. Okay, so you've got this ePix. It's on the board. You're seeing it. Let's go back. Let's play time machine here. So let's go back. All right, boom, ePix. Oh man, look at that, it's going, but I don't really want to chase it. This moving average down here is way below. It could easily come back. Oh no, I'm not going to chase it. Not going to chase it. Okay, now it's starting to consolidate. We're getting some topping wicks here. And honestly, guys, this is my favorite setup. When you have a strong stock in the morning that opens up for the first 60, 90 minutes, and then this is the sweet spot, 60 to 90 minutes after the open, you start to look for patterns like this, where something ran quickly, and ideally not pulling back, but sideways. Sideways is the most constructive, strongest consolidation. We can consolidate in price, and then this would be your entry right here. But I like it even more when it doesn't pull back. It just goes sideways, sideways, sideways. And what you want to do is you want to use this moving average to lean on your entry. So if you take this entry right here and you're wrong, your out is pretty minimal, as opposed to chasing something and then it breaks this moving average. So it's all keyed upon this 10 simple moving average. And if I go forward, look at that. It was the buyers will defend that moving average as long as we have momentum. Everything on this stock race list, I'm going to call momentum. Okay, that's what we're looking at. That was the first chart. Let's look at the second chart. How could we play this chart? I don't want to play this chart because it looks like it's crazy. There's no volume. Stay away from that. Oh, beautiful. ARBK. So you're watching it. You're afraid to buy it up here because it's way too extended. But if you put it on your watch list, well, you don't even need to put it on your watch list because it's right here, staring you in the face all day long. Let's play the time machine game. Okay, I don't want to chase. Look at this thing. It's strong. Volume, boom. But I don't want to chase this because if I bought up here, right, and it fails the 10 SMA down here, that's your out. That's a pretty big loss right there. So what we want to do is just be patient, patient, patient. There's our end right there. There's your entry, Stephen. So use my chart and start looking for stocks that are consolidating after an hour and a half or so in the market, or 2 hours, and they're touching this SMA. And the point being is you lean on this SMA as an entry. If you're wrong, it doesn't hurt as much. So let's talk about the next step. How do you know when to get out of these trades? Okay, let's see if we can find one. Just to tease you, essentially, my rule is I wait for the closing candle, not the mid, but the closing candle. Once the 15-minute candle has closed, is it under the rising 10 SMA? And if it is, that's your quiet out to stand up and head to the fire escape in the movie theater before anybody else figures it out. It saved me so much pain and anguish and money by doing that. So we'll look for some more examples as we go through here. But Stephen, this is really directed at you. Find the momentum stocks, lean on this 10 SMA, and then that's your entry. If you're wrong, the first closing candle under that 10 SMA, it's not going to hurt that bad. Let's continue down the list here. All right, a lot going on here. I can actually talk about the 5-day moving average. So the 5-day moving average is this blue line. And essentially, it's on the chart if you use that cloud link I gave you. But take note, this is a 130 period SMA. If you divide 5 trading days by 15-minute candles, you're going to get 130 candles. So we get a much more smoothed appearance of a 5-day moving average than we would have, on a daily chart. It would just be like that. So let's go back and look at this thing. The 5-day moving average came into play. This is why I use it. You can see once it got above it, look at all those topping tails. And now we get a closing candle here below the 5-day. Let me just zoom in more. Okay, so here we're still alive. Let's say you're in this trade, UBX. You anticipated some selling there at that 5-day moving average, but it's being pinched. I call this the pinch. Where is it going to go? It's going to be squeezed. Which way is it going to go? Well, we saw which way it's going to go, but I'm just saying in real time, you take that entry, closing candle, you're out. Didn't even hurt. That was 5 cents, maybe 4 cents. Closing candle died. It died below the momentum line. Now, it's trying to fight back, but once this resolved below the 5-day and below the 10 SMA, I'm no longer interested. It feels like momentum might have died in that one. Let's continue down the watch list here. Oh, there's Bed Bath & Beyond. Okay, so whoever asked me earlier, look, it's holding up above that 10 SMA. As long as it stays above that 10 SMA, the momentum in the short sellers may still be, buying and covering their fake shares. EDU, what's going on with EDU? Never really touched the 10 SMA. And by the way, I was using the 9 EMA too, but I'm just going to fall back on my 10 SMA just to keep it simple. So not a whole lot there. It was kind of repelled. It never even touched it. What do we got here? All right. So look, here's a good example of why I wait for the closing candle. Closing candle just barely held above the 10 SMA. New candle, well, we're back above. So a wick or a few trades below doesn't bother me. I have to wait for the candle to close. That's my rule. So far, this TARK is still in play because it has not posted a closing candle below the 10 SMA. We're getting down to the bottom of the barrel here. Oh, hey, look at this, NVTA, all right? You probably don't want to chase it here. Look at all that green. I don't want to chase that, but maybe I'll keep an eye on this thing or put a price alert down in there. If it comes back and, oh, it just touched right there. Maybe I'll buy this at 249, and now you're in the money at 255. So hopefully I'm making some sense, Stephen. It's a great question. And this is how I try to approach it. I don't like to chase either. But buying pullbacks can be nerve-wracking. But once you've looked at enough charts and you see the pullback into the 10 SMA, look at this thing, it's starting to go again. You start to build confidence. So this is not your entry. This is a chase. This is your entry. And if you're wrong, it's not going to hurt as much. See if there's anything else on this other race over here. We saw EPIX already. It's a mess. ARBK, never heard of this thing, but look, it went up, consolidated sideways, touched its 10 SMA, and now is still moving higher. So, Stephen, hopefully that makes sense. And the idea is it doesn't need to be complicated. It needs to be simple and, effective. Is it going to work every time? No. Is it going to work most of the time? Hopefully. But at least you've got yourself a set of rules and a method, that you can use. People ask why I don't use the 5-minute, because I want to slow things down. 5-minute charts are too fast for me. I'm not a day trader. I'm a swing trader. But when I'm day trading, I will use this. Also, when I'm trying to take profits, let's go and take a look at pause here. See, I'm not really interested in taking profits in pause today because I think this is the beginning of something. But if I was trading this and getting ready to take profits, I'm basically sitting on my hands here until the price closes back below the momentum line. And it's the age-old question, I don't know when to sell. I don't know when to buy. I feel like, I sold too soon and it keeps running. Well, here's another thought that I can melt your mind with. When you're taking profits, you should be taking profits like right now, but I'm not in profit taking mode. But if I was, I'd be taking a little bit off because it's making new highs, it's stretching, it's way above its 10 SMA. It's just a matter of time probably before these things converge again. But my point is when you take half, that's the call. You take half profits off the table, you'll be amazed at what it does to your psyche, and it helps calm the emotions. And you're like, yeah, all right, I just paid myself. Now I'm not as nervous. I'm not as nervous that that price is going to fall back and I'm going to miss out and beat myself up for not punching out of some. It basically satisfies both demons, the greed demon and the fear demon at the same time. So a lot of times I'll do that. But then the last piece that I want to exit out of is when the price finally rolls over, and I'll sell the second half if it closes below this momentum line. So I'll use this as a way to take profits, as well. Yep. Looks like rum is okay. So rum's running out of momentum. Basically, it gave us a closing candle there. So I don't expect too much really more for rum today. Maybe it will. We'll see. All right, let me get caught up here. Let's see what the. Okay, so NASDAQ popped up. It's pulling back. Same thing. Ideally, if the NASDAQ wants to stay strong today, it's going to try and find some support right here at this 10 SMA. So yeah, I only trade with 15-minute because that's my time frame that I choose. Guys, I can't trade as fast as Barry does. I've got way too many interruptions throughout the day and constant tabs open and chats and communications. So I slow things down and I look for 1, 2, 3, 4 day moves. And that's the perfect move for me. And then I get out and I look to reassess. Yeah, I'm on Twitter. TI Steve G. That's my Twitter. My second Twitter. My first Twitter was Today Trader. I had 25,000 followers, but apparently some of the multicolored hair people up at Twitter headquarters didn't like me, so they shit canned my account. Which is one of the reasons I'm in Rumble. Free speech. I'm all about the free speech. All right, let me see if I've caught up here. The dollar bounce failed. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, sure did. You're right, Em. Bond market helping too. Yeah, getting those interest rates back down. But if we want to look at the TLT, look at this. We're running right into the downward momentum. This is a 10-day SMA. So to answer that other person's question, I use the 15-minute and the daily. Now on the daily, we got way too extended to the downside, a little bit of a panic, interest rates. We've popped up, interest rates are coming down. But look, technically, this is the 20-year treasury. The sellers jumped right in here at the 10 SMA. And that's kind of where you would expect them to. So if we're going to do any reversal, we need to get above this declining 10 SMA in the treasury notes there. All right, let me see where I am. Okay, 10 SMA 15-minute chart. You got your chart loaded. Good. Can I share my relative strength from the open? Sure. This is Chris Varley's scan. Let's just take a look at it first. So we will open the top list. Now, there's many ways to try and find, momentum. You can try and find momentum through price and volume and all those things. But what Chris Varley did here is he took a different approach. We'll configure what's going on here. Price normal, blah, blah, blah. Oh, position in Bollinger Band, 15-minute. Okay, so 80 is a pretty solid number. All right, so volume 5-minute. I don't know why he's got that. Interesting, but this is the operative filter right here. Anything that's really pushing through its intraday Bollinger Bands is going to be making a move higher. So just kind of a different way to find where the action and the momentum is. So I give Chris credit for creating this one, and I'll go ahead and share that as requested. There you go. I'm still laughing at your comment, Stephen. Melted your mind. Hopefully in a good way. Trading is not easy. Trading requires a lot of trial and error. It requires some pain and some lessons from those pain. And the more we can do to lessen that pain, whether it be simulation trading or starting with very small size, you'd be surprised how many guys come in or girls come in and they've been successful in their other businesses and they're like, I got this. And they just start diving in with big size and they learn real quick. They don't know anything. So you've just got to be patient. You've got to find out what time frame works best for you. Again, Barry's got his time frame. I've got my time frame because it's what works best for me. If you've got a full-time job and you've got a trading account, you probably shouldn't be day trading. You're probably going to be wanting to be swing trading where you can just kind of check the price every half an hour. Just keep an eye on things. Okay. So yeah, Mark, hopefully that answered the question. 15. And if I was a day trader, I'd be using a 5-minute. Let me just say something about the 1 minute and the 2 minute. A lot of people come in and they want to go crazy with 1 and 2 minutes, configurations and scans. I highly recommend against trying to play in the 1 and 2 minute time frame, simply because the computers own that time frame. The shorter the time frame, the more control the computers have. That's one of the reasons I pulled back and I pull away. I let the noise jiggle around. I don't let the noise affect me. I have a position size that's a swing trade size. I know where my out is. Sure, I don't like it when they go down one day on me, but as long as it's still above my momentum lines and my out, just stay with it. So that's why I picked that time frame. Peter, hello. Can you give us all a quick crash course on how to use the strength alerts? TI strength? Sure. So basically, we can go to Market Explorer. The thing about the TI strength is it's not going to give you an entry. And before I even pull these up, a lot of them are probably going to look like chases. All right. TI strength. Here we go. So for those that didn't see what I did, new Market Explorer window, right click, select strategy, TI strength. So this is the actual updated list that is created by Michael. It's finding things that are relatively strong. But as I said, everything on here is probably going to be a chase. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4 green, 5 green candles. I wouldn't chase that. And by the way, it's not lost on me where First Solar found support, right? If you're eyeballing First Solar, that was a great entry right there. But your question, Peter, is how do we play these things? I don't want people chasing things. I want people to use these as ideas and look for possible entries. So let's go back to First Solar for a second. Let's say you saw First Solar, right there, and you didn't want to chase it, but maybe you put a price alert in here. Just let me know if that price alert goes off, and then it was close. It would have, but the point I'm trying to make, Peter, is don't chase these stocks. Look for better entries after consolidation, or what I've been talking about ad nauseum here. Look for a better entry along this 15-minute momentum line. See, if you took this entry right there and then you were wrong right there, it doesn't hurt as much as buying up here, and then if it crashed back down, you'd have a bigger loss. So I think the only thing that I can say about the TI strength is just be aware of not chasing. Now, this is interesting. This is a biotech. I typically don't take home biotechs home overnight. That's one of my rules as a swing trader. Biotechs will hurt you overnight with bad news. So, but if you wanted to day trade this thing, you could keep an eye on it and look for consolidation. It's back above its 10 SMA here, but if you took a chance, you'd want to get out quickly. I don't really think I'd like that one. BJ's. Okay, so here's one that keeps pulling back to this 10 SMA. So if you saw BJ's early and you said, hey, you know what, I'm gonna put this on my watch list, or I'm gonna click the heart button so it's on my watch list. Whatever you have to do to not lose track of that name, but just don't chase new highs. Wait for your pitch. There's a pitch right there. Even though that's a nasty red candle, it's still held. And then this one, boom. This is a great example of why I do not get out mid-candle. Why do I wait for the closing candle? Because if I got out there and I pull this thing back up, I'm going to punch myself in the leg, figuratively. So Pete, that's the best explanation I can give you. These are strong stocks, but they don't always mean that since they're on here to go ahead and just buy it. You need to look for your pitch. You need to look for your entry. Ideally, you don't want to be chasing things that are moving too high. This is kind of interesting, even though it's had 4 days of movement. Look at the sideways action here. So maybe what I would do is I would say, okay, I got this OPCH from the watch list. I'm just going to put a price alert. If this price can get back above where all the sellers have been the last hour, and this price alert goes off, that could be an entry. That could be a way in which you use the Market Explorer for entries. Hang on one second. Okay, where are we here? 36 minutes. Yeah, that candle has a lot of time before it closes. So, I mean, hopefully that helps, Peter. I know there's no push button that says buy now, but again, here's Smuckers, SJ Smuckers. It's had a great run, so I always look left first and see where has it come from. Well, it's already had 3 really good days, but for the moment, look at that. It's holding. So, I mean, if you were to take a trade right here, and then you turn around and it closes back like that, it's a very, very minimal loss. You're probably going to be happy you did. All right, so I'm going to close that Market Explorer window and move on. Stephen, how do you pick a time frame? I can watch a market I can watch the market a handful of times a day, but I can't watch it the entire time. This is why. Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm swing trading. Look, I'm taking risk home overnight. That's the one big problem that most people have with swing trading. They just don't feel comfortable going home at night with exposure, and that doesn't bother me as much. I'm used to it. It's not to say it's no fun to wake up to hear that one of your stocks you're in is offered a secondary, but nonetheless, I just try to keep things as simple as possible. Again, I have a full-time job. It's trade ideas. I'm not sitting here trading all day. I've got a lot of duties. I've got a lot of responsibilities. I wear a lot of hats here. I've usually got a couple conversations going on at once. I just don't have the bandwidth to want to day trade anymore. Plus, I'm spoiled. When I did day trade back in the late 90s, boy, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. You had fractions. You had no computers. You had dumb market makers on the other side of the trade. Oh, those were fun days. But it all changed around 2006, 2007. The market fragmented into 13 different dark exchanges, dark pools, high frequency trading, trying to make a penny, sell it on this exchange and buy it on that exchange back. And it became corrupted. I don't think the stock market is really a true reflection of pure supply and demand anymore. It's just kind of a noisy casino that we're trying to make sense of. Okay, so Stephen, yeah, my swing trading time frame might be the best for you, because I can go a while without looking at my positions. I've got a high-low ticker right here. I see what's coming through. Let's go back and check on RUM. See, RUM is under its 10 SMA now. It's not to say it can't get back above, but in my mind, I'm not expecting it to get back to new highs. I'm resigned to the fact that the momentum has died after a day and a half here, and it's just going to wallow around a little bit. Scott, how do I add SMA to the chart? Sure, so it's indicators, right-click, indicators, and then you just want to go down and scroll to a moving average, SMA. Then you enter your period, change your colors, and click add, and you'll have it. On my daily, I'm simply using the 200, the 50, 20, and the 10. For those people that like crosses, the 10 is crossing the 20 today. It's been a while since we've seen that, right? Let's look back a little bit here. It's been, well, the 10 crossed below the 20 back here and never got back above. So all of this damage, all of this weakness and bearishness is now maybe coming to an end. Like I said, I like to see a cross. It just helps me confirm it, but I don't base all my decisions on a moving average crossing. It's just giving me one more little piece of the puzzle. So now we've got the NASDAQ here. It's starting to flirt with the intraday SMA. So it just might be that if we close under this SMA here in the NASDAQ, we're just going to be maybe in for a choppy session the rest of the afternoon, which makes sense. You know, the majority of the moves are in the first half of the day. The second half of the day is much, much harder. You've got profit taking, you got noise. It's just harder. All right, Scott. So hopefully that helped. And Scott, you know, I've got that 130. It's a 5-day moving average right there. You see that 5-day? I use that as well. It's 130 periods, and it comes into play sometimes. But it looks like we might be giving up a little bit of the momentum we started the day off. Hello, Rajiv. What are good strategies in Market Explorer? There's so many, obviously, but well, first off, what's the market doing? If the market's going down, we don't want to be buying things. Well, as I just said, we had a little cross there. It looks like there's a little change in the winds, so maybe we want to look for some longs. Select strategy, the relative strength, you know, we just went through TI strength, pattern recognition. Let's see how many bull flags are out there. Bull flag, we're looking at the daily chart. And this was the 26th, this was today. Okay, so I guess earlier this morning before it took off, it was showing a bull flag. These are all things that are going up and consolidating supposedly, but they're not going to be perfect. You've got to go through them and find the ones that you like. And the same thing applies, you know, just buy it off the moving average. See, this AER is starting to look a little better. It reclaimed its 200-day, pulled back. The 200-day became support. Now the 10 SMA is starting to bring up the rear, and that's not a bad looking chart. But so bull flags, you know, can be interesting. What else? There's one that I do like that basically, let's see, it's the gap and pull back to the 10 SMA. This one was actually kind of designed by me for Michael. Let's pull back to the 10 SMA after gap. Let's see if I can find a really, that's a nice looking chart. Not sure where the gap was, but that's a nice looking chart right there. ETN, I never heard that, but I want to find one that really makes sense here. Doesn't seem like I'm finding what I want. I'm gonna have to ask about that one. What else do I like in here? Candlestick patterns, those can be interesting. Let's see, gap down fill. What comes in on this one? Yeah, those are all small. I don't know if this thing is, I'm seeing a lot of the same names in here. I wonder if there's a bug. I'm going to try this gap down in 10 again. See if we get some different names. Okay. So somewhere in there was a gap. I guess the gap was right. Okay. Here's the gap. See, Michael, he can go back and he can find gaps, you know, weeks away. So a breakout gap is one thing, but we want to buy it when it pulls back to the 10. So it looks like this GGB here is correct. It pulled back to the 10, and it gives us a nice soft entry without chasing too much. Let me see what's going on here. That's not nothing. Okay, there's our gap, and there's our pullback to the 10. There's our gap. See, I had to reset this. It wasn't showing, but there's the gap, and there's the pullback to the 10. So all of these stocks under this one had a gap at some point, and they're pulling back to their 10 SMA. I like that one too. For the person who asked, Rajiv. Bull flag, you know, relative strength, TI strength. But again, like I was saying to Peter, you don't just pull it up and buy it. You pull it up and you watch it. You set some price alerts. You wait for your pitch. You look for your level. because if you're wrong, then it doesn't hurt as bad. Perfect Circle, what's up? Must be lunch break, huh? What do I think of XBI? Sounds like an ETF. Oh, jeez, I'm locked up here. There we go. XBI, okay, it's in a downtrend. Open-end spider, yeah, it's an ETF. Biotech ETF, got it. So I also look at the IBB. IBB is stronger for whatever reason. Their components are stronger, and I say that because the 200-day moving average was blasted through. Whereas on XBI, XBiotech, the 200-day moving average still kind of got a hold of it. So one would say, well, if IBB can do it, then maybe XBI can also do it. But for the moment, it's not doing it. This 200-day moving average has been a real bear for this thing. It just doesn't like it. And then we move to the intraday, and we've got my signal candle working here. So if you were long this thing and you paid attention to that candle right there closing below, and you said, hey, I'm going to take my profit, the momentum's dying, you're looking at it now going, oh, damn, I'm sure glad I got out. That signal candle that Steve talks about, where it closes, not trades, but closes below the 10, can be a really nice early warning system of momentum dying. All right, let's see. ZWS is being asked about. That's a tough one, and it's also got earnings. Okay, so this one came off of earnings yesterday, but it's being reacted to today. So I will say this about earnings stocks. When they miss their earnings and the price gaps down and gets punished, I never ever really want to buy something on day one, because you're going to have people that come home tonight and they're going to go, oh man, and then they're going to try and get out tomorrow, and then the weekend stubborn people that didn't get out tomorrow, they're going to get out the next day. So it takes a few days to wash out the negative sentiment of a bad earning reaction. Gosh, what was the earnings the other day? What was it? It was one that it gapped down and just traded immediately higher. I'm trying to recall what that was, because that's the exception. Every now and then a stock might gap down on earnings and then just immediately trade back up. That's an instant indication that the earnings were priced in. But when they gap down and just stay down, that's not good. Was it AA? I don't know what it was. I'm gonna ask Andy because I want to know. Because I think it's kind of an important thing. When they gap down after earnings, it's never really a buy the first day. Let the stubborn weak hands get washed out. And what it was, just to show you a visual example of, what can happen. It was something in the last few days. I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Yeah, I was going to ask, what do you think if it could get above and close? So yeah, perfect circle, it needs to get above and it needs to close. And then maybe that IBB with a different weighting with some different IBB stocks, that might help. Might help drag it higher. Was it XM? No, it wasn't that one. Oh well. Point being, be very careful when stocks miss earnings and trade down. Give it a couple days. If you really want to enter, give it a couple days. Okay, well, that's right. We look at Alcoa, but I didn't. So Alcoa, yeah, with a lot of the other metals, you know, with the copper and this being aluminum, it's showing signs of wanting to do better, but you've got this looming 50-day moving average right there. I guarantee you're going to see some sellers try to defend that level in Alcoa. No. What was it? Drives me crazy. Okay, Mark, you guys have been very helpful. Yeah, great. I'm glad, Mark. I wish more people would tune in. We try to get people to come in here and increase their learning curve, but some people are, you know, shy or they don't want to do it or for whatever reason. But you're doing the right thing. Come in here and just ask away. All right, Jonathan. So for a pullback to the 10 SMA and a 15 at this moment, SPY is. Let's take a look. I haven't looked at SPY for a while. Okay, a lot going on here in SPY. So I'm going to look left first. What do I see? The 50 SMA, the general health. We have smacked right into the 50 SMA. And like I said, the sellers, they're still devout sellers out there. They're going to defend this level with selling. So in the bigger picture, we've run into kind of a brick wall here on the SPY, which makes perfect sense as to why the momentum is now dying right here. So if you were long this thing and you used that as your signal candle to get out, you're at the moment, you're happy you got out. I mean, it's really, really a simple method. I try not to use too many indicators because then you start to get over analysis paralysis, and that's no fun. You want to be able to pull the trigger. You got to swing the bat, but you don't want to swing the bat and chase. You want to wait for your pitch. And what I mean by that is what I've been saying. You can use all of these races and all of these market explorers, but monitor them, set pullbacks, set price alerts, look for consolidation, look for a reason to buy off that 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Now, the deeper we get into the second half of the day, the harder it is to hold momentum, as we're seeing right here in the SPY right now. And some of these stocks that have been doing well are probably going to start rolling over in the afternoon session. It's just the way it is. It's just the nature of the beast. Why can't I get that up? EPIX, come on. Oh, my account. There we go. Yeah, there's no stopping that one. I'm just looking for something that might be dying here. So like I look at this ARBK, it's had a big run. I wouldn't trust this because you've had 2 big days of run. It ran right smack into the declining 20-day. It's just asking right here for a close below to stop the momentum. I would be very surprised if this thing keeps going higher. They only go in one direction for so long, and usually a day and a half is what I've noticed. You get a nice full day run, you get a gap up, maybe some follow through the next day, and then you get into the lunch period and people start getting antsy. They want to take profits. So let me make sure I answered your question because I didn't really read it. For the pullback to in this moment, SPY is trending down. Would you consider a trade? Yeah, so I think I kind of answered that one. And Jonathan, I think we're kind of tired here in the SPY. Again, don't forget to look left at the bigger picture. 50-day moving average is a very significant moving average. It's a general bill of health. Sellers were found. Now the intraday momentum is dying. I wouldn't be buying anything right here. I'd be waiting for my pitch. That doesn't mean that something can't go up, but it's very hard to get things to go in your direction when the general backdrop of the market and the current is flowing the opposite direction. It's just one more headwind you don't want to deal with. Can you demonstrate the latency of chart loading when switching over to a new symbol? So we've been having some chart issues. The guys are working on it. You know, when I click through, they usually come through. But if something doesn't come through, if I try to type it and it doesn't come through, it's not going to do it for me here because I'm asking. But if you have a white chart and nothing's coming through, the remedy is to come up here, go to account, and reset your connection. That'll ping you to a different server, and likely it'll resolve your short-term chart issues. We're aware of it and we're working on it. It's a lot better than it has been. Like last week, we had some issues, but they're being addressed. But what you want to do is just account reset connection. That will help you. So Sentis, if you're getting like 3-second delays in between charts, try that. Try switching connections to a different server, and maybe you'll have some better luck. Yeah, David, WTI. I even looked at that. Well, yeah. I probably could have sold it right there at that signal candle, but you know what? I'm not going to. I feel like, shit. Yeah, that's a pretty nasty reversal there. I wasn't watching it. I'm gonna let it sit. I'm gonna let the short flow to 15% hang in there. It looks like something just happened in the market. It feels like there was just something. Somebody said something. I don't know. But, BTNR, that's probably pulling back on me too. Yeah. I probably should have taken some earlier profits this morning, but I didn't. I certainly don't want to see that big closing topping tail, because once you see that big closing topping tail, you know you're probably going to be in it for a little while longer until it resolves. Those things can be indicators sometimes. So I'm basically just going to stick with it. To answer your question, Dave, I'm going to stick with WTI. I'm going to watch, as usual, look at this beautiful 10 SMA. I'm just going to let it do its thing, you know. Just going to let it do its thing. Good question, Jonathan. Do I need confluence on both time frames? Do both have to be headed in the same direction? It helps, but I don't always need that to be the case. For instance, like on these races, you know, a lot of these races, they just don't care what the market's doing. They're just going to keep on going. So there's always going to be individual names, and that's really the point of these races, just to remind you that even when the market is down, there's something in action. Okay, why do I think WTI is going to be a winner in the long run? I just like the chart. Just like the chart. Oil and gas. There's a lot of discussion about oil and gas. I mean, this chart looks nothing like the S&P and the NASDAQ. You know, I don't like that candle we just had there. Let me look back here. Yeah, you know, I suppose I could have taken my profits there, but you know, I didn't. I'm not going to punch out now. I don't think I could. But this is one of the reasons I swing trade, guys. I've been focused on you guys for the last hour. You know, just check in with my trades when I can. Why do I think WTI? Yeah, it's just continuing to trend higher. That's all. It's continuing to trend higher. Look at USO, the commodity of oil, also breaking out. So I look at the sector, the oil sector. That's pretty bullish today. It busted through its 50-day moving average. So I'm going to stay with them. Barry.
Yeah, I am back. Sorry, a little bit late. I was doing something that you never have to do.
What is that?
And that is put away the lawn furniture for the winter.
Oh, you're right. I don't.
Oh my gosh. And I still have one chair to go into this little cramped storage shed we've got, and I couldn't do it. So that's why I'm a little out of breath, but here I am, Steve.
What's winter? It's
well, it's not, but rainy season. Rainy season is sort of starting for us. So, you know, I want to get the chairs all rusted.
I spent the first 6 years of my life in Portland, Oregon, so I know what cold, wet,
you know what it is.
Rainy weather feels like. Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm still a little out of breath, and even have time to wash my hands, but
Yeah,
that's okay. My wife's not here, so she can't yell at me.
that's funny.
Oh man. All right, my friend, if you want to take off, you can. I'll take
Sure.
over.
Yeah,
All
I've
right.
got some stuff to manage here. I lost track of a few things, but looks like we had a good session. I enjoy people coming in here for test drive and getting their answers. It's the way it's supposed to be done.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right.
Okay. All
Have a
right.
good
I'll
one.
take over now. Yeah. Thank you, Steve.
Bye.
Bye. All right, guys, I am back in both rooms. Music is going, so I'm back. So let's see. My goodness, where is that shady character? Nice early call on the on the uh, on the what? On the apex. This is quite the. I mean, this is quite the move. A couple areas you could have got in. There was a red bar right there on that 15-minute, maybe over 3. Another stalling right there, maybe over 330. Even here, a little stalling here. Boy, all sorts of entries. If you are watching it. I mean, EPIX is getting so extended, can't even see the top. Well, briefly anyway on that 15-minute chart. Okay, let me get my bearings here and see what else is happening. I saw that YMAB earlier, so that YMAB kept moving down. Wow, through that 200-day moving average. I think I mentioned it right around the 13 mark. I think. I can't remember exactly. Anyway, 1288 was the 200-day moving average, and now look left. I mean, look where this. Okay, 11. That's right. 12 is kind of the area where it may bounce, but I see we actually have a bounce play from Zach. Indy, INDI. The initial alert was at 760. What's the market doing since I left? So I left at what time? Noon? And so ever since then, the market's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So about an hour and 15 down. So now, yeah, the NAS was flirting with going positive. Dow was still positive, but it was a lot higher. I think when I left, it was around 350 or so. Oh, okay. Lilt, LYLT, another one that lot of stocks that look like this today, guys. These low floaters. So we're in a. I mean, I haven't seen this for a while. I think what day are we now? I think on Friday we had a day like this. Certainly not on Monday. Definitely not yesterday. But starting to see some of these low cappers that just are having nice moves. No huge gyrations. Well, so if you had seen this one on the one break, you could still be in this trade. A little pullback there might have got you out of some, but aha, yeah, your US dollar must be weakening just a little bit, right? Market doing what it's doing. Reason I can see you guys were talking about shorting the US dollar. Yeah, we're in a bit of a downtrend. I'm looking at our Canadian dollar and little bit of a pop from that. Now, let's see if this NVVE, this is what I was more used to for these small ones, all this chop. But let's see now if it has any motivation. What do we got here when we look left? Yeah, I mean, maybe 144, 150-ish. Yeah, so first of all, let's see if any news on Indy that caused this big drop. Keep looking at this HLX. Well, I mean, it's holding six, guys. I still have an alert set up here around 6:15. Let's see if later on in the day, some volume comes in and it pops us through that. And I think I saw that the next high looking left was around 660. So it's not a low float, 142 million in the float. So it's certainly not a low float situation. Real, you mentioned yesterday, I think you were gone when I asked you the question. You suggested adding RSI and Bollinger Bands to this little scan I created, 3%, at least 3% above or 3% below the VWAP. Any values like RSI, what? Min 20, max 80, min 30, max 70. What do you suggest? And on what time frame? Because I'll do that. All right, you sober players, sober again. Reasonably choppy intraday, but again, trying to take out four. The high yesterday was 422. All right, I'll just take a look. Yeah, certainly not going to get as many with those filters, which is okay. So you put 4%, okay, instead of 3. Okay, that's fine. 50 cents from the open or 50 cents down. Oh, I thought you were adding an RSI, but I guess not. You didn't like it when you added the RSI? Okay, all right, I'll keep an eye on that one. Is there a feature to, this is from our YouTube room, is there a feature to highlight the symbols in the watch list, kind of flagging the symbol to check back later? No. Well, yeah, but that's not flat. I mean, you can use the heart, which is going to put it into the symbol list, into the my like symbol list. So for instance, here is my like symbol list right here. So every one of these, I've got a heart if I click on the symbols. But what do you mean by flagging the symbol to check back later? What do you mean by that exactly? Because, as I just said, if you see a chart you like, you can click the heart and then it'll go into a symbol list called my liked. It's that which has been automatically created for you. And then what you do is you take that symbol list and you could, one of two things, you could add it. If I right click on a top list, no. You mean if for some reason you, I don't know, like wanted Weber, WEBR, to be somehow highlighted in a different color? No. I mean, there's sort of a way, but not, no. I'm going to just say no. Okay. Remember, our symbol lists have to be attached to a top list window or an alert window. It's not like an Excel spreadsheet on its own where you can just see the symbols. It has to be attached to it. But you know that? It has to be attached. So if I right click, oh yeah, no, that won't happen. Okay, I gotcha. No. Now I may ask, why do you have multiple watch lists? But that's okay. So you're saying if I had another watch list of some sort attached to a top list window, and if I clicked on Weber and it happened to be in the other top list window, it would also highlight it? Because if that's the case, no, definitely not. Yeah, so again, if you're talking about, if I click on, if Weber happens to be in several watch lists that are attached to top list windows and I click on it, and I've got them and I'm watching them all, if I click on Weber, would it show up as something highlighted in the other ones? No. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I do see 4 here. This is an earnings play? No. Well, I would never, ever have bet that EPIX would touch its 200-day moving average today, but look what it did. 512 is a 200-day moving average, and it got to 510. It got right to that 200-day moving average. But again, there are no shorts for me, so That would have been, if you had shorts available and you were watching this, as it gets into a 200-day moving average, especially the way it's moved, that would have been a pretty good short. Oh, I see why you're even talking about 4 though, Tyler. It's showing up on Zach's bottoming scan. Well, here's in the simulator, guys. Remember, in the simulator, took this EPIX at 325. At this point, let's just flatten to get out of half the trade. And that was only 771 shares. I'm just kind of looking at some of the internal emails. Okay, I'm caught up internally now. So if I missed any questions, just please repost them. I think I'm caught up everywhere. Well, blue collar, you're not buying it, you're just renting it. Okay, you're just renting it for a few hours. That's all I think about it. That's how I think about it. That's why I never look at fundamentals, because I mean, probably if I looked at fundamentals of some of the stuff I get into, I'd never take anything. But remember, I'm intraday trading, so all right, I'm kind of waiting on something to show up in momentum. So let's take a look at KWEB. My guess is that Biz and KWEB are going to look very similar. That's what I was saying. If you're going to go long or short any of these China stocks, I would have KWEB in the background as a chart, just so you can keep an eye. You know, if this takes out 2040, this could really get it rolling downwards. And that's the KWEB. Can't help you, Sam. You're going to have to send that to our tech guys. I just can't help you. I mean, the only thing I can suggest is, creating another SPY chart. Just X out of the one you're in, load another chart, and see if that corrects it. Okay. If you did that, if it's just the SPY chart. Question is, candles are messed up until I refresh. So maybe just, whatever SPY chart you've got, just exit out and load another chart. And, obviously, and then put the SPY in there and see if that helps. Rather than trying to figure out what may be going on with an individual chart that, who knows, maybe it's corrupted or something. Doesn't happen often. Do I have an opinion? I'll always have an opinion. Let's take a look at that. ARBK, I know that was early on, that was a romping. Well, looks like it wants to give it up now, guys, because there's the VWAP. So it's a little bit below the VWAP, 241. It's below the 10 SMA. It's below the 8 EMA. So it looks like it's trying to move down at this point. Okay, Sam, why don't you do me a favor? And if you can just, can you give me a cloud link for your SPY chart? Let me see if it happens on my system. Okay, can you do that? Just give me oh, you can't do it in YouTube though. You're gonna have to come to that's the problem with YouTube. You can't give me a link. You're gonna have to come into the main room. I can give you the link, and then you can give me the cloud link for your SPY chart. Now, is it happening with every unlinked chart, not just the SPY? But here's the link to get into the room. I mean, if you want to, and then you can give me the cloud link for your SPY chart, and I'll see what's happening on my end. So it's happening on every unlinked chart. Well, if you can come into the trading room, the main room, then you can give me the link. Otherwise, you can't do it in YouTube. YouTube does not allow you guys to post links. So tech is still, this is dragging the market down now, guys. Tech. Schwab reported a purchase of 3 million shares, and that is for the LOCL. Okay, thank you, Zach. Happened obviously after hours yesterday. That's the big action after hours. Well, I mean, look, let's see if it takes out the high. The high of the day is 325. It takes out the high of the day, and there's some volume coming in. I mean, the pre-market after hours high was way up here at 372. Relatively low float, 27 million in the float. So here might be an interesting one. Through the 10 SMA, 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. The VWAP is down here, maybe a short down to the VWAP, ALT. Ah, interesting. Yeah, Interactive Brokers actually has shorts available for MBLY, even though it's an IPO spinoff from Intel. They rarely have shorts available the day of. Maybe it's because it's so big. Actually, 49,000 shares, moving down with the market. Boy, this is still not, that looked like a pretty decent pullback for EPIX, but now again, can it take out that 200-day? If it did, I wonder how many reverse splits this one did. Look at that. It's way at the bottom of its lifetime high range. I wonder how many reverse splits. So we only go back to 2017 on this. Well, let's get a monthly chart up. So yeah, split adjusted, this was a $233 stock. So at 472, that's why it's only 1.4%, in the range above the low in that range. But looking at a daily chart, All right, guys, PCVX underneath 40 now. There is the VWAP, 39.36. Instead of watching this PCVX right here, it broke down. I mean, I wish I'd seen it. I was on my break though, but it broke down through the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Broke down through that. Oh, I'm sure there might be people thinking you might have another run, but we don't know. Got to get through that 200-day moving average. Somebody asking about EPIX. Look at that 200 days. I mean, it's just right above it. Got right into it. Okay, Sam. Sorry, I can't help. Yeah, I mean, if I can't see it, I can't help. So if I were able to duplicate it, then maybe I could figure something out. But for EPIC, the 200-day is five. Well, we have 512, so close enough. Somebody asked, is it 514 for EPICs? We have 512. Yeah, that was an expensive break I took. I've been sort of waiting for this one to really fall, the PCVRX. You know, and there was your kind of your clue right up there, that 4077. But you know what? It's hard to beat yourself up. I mean, this stock was so strong. I mean, it could have turned on a dime again up. So I'm just waiting to see how well it holds under 40. Only issue is that the VWAP is not that far away, 39.36. I mean, that could act as some support. Or, you know, conversely, if you're looking for just kind of a bit of a scalpy thing, maybe getting down to the VWAP. You don't have shorts for EPIC, so do you? Blue collar? You're just sort of pretending. How I thought you had Interactive Brokers. Oh, I thought you, for some reason, I thought you had IB. Okay. Who's your broker? You kidding me? E-Trade has shorts and IB doesn't? A travesty. I mean, yeah, I could find shorts, but I never do that. But if they're not readily available, whoa, look at PCVX. They're not readily available. I just, I just take a pass. Oh, they've been readily available. Interesting. Guys, Edu might be getting ready for another run. We're putting in higher lows here. EDU may be getting ready for another little run. Sort of sitting right now above that, excuse me, that 8 EMA. Did I say AMA? 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. I'm assuming my noise canceling mic is still working. You can't hear my robot that is just literally underneath my feet. Okay, so again, Roller, this is your opinion, okay? This is your opinion. And you may be right, but that is, of course, your opinion. Havlin, no, no, no. Oh, I see. I'm still keeping an eye on that HLX, guys. Still keeping an eye on it. I have a price alert set for about 615. And you can just see that, I mean, if it ever gets some volume coming in, pops through that, might have another run in it. All right, guys. All right, just again, internal emails, just following them. All right, get rid of the last half of my EPIX trade. So just a word about, again, what you're seeing in the simulator. I like to have that max P&L and also the distance from the exit price, okay? So this is telling me, for instance, with the MEGL, at some point I was up $235, okay? So, I mean, if you're going to use this properly, you would never, I would hope it makes sense that you would not let a profit of 235 turn into a loss of 218, okay? And this one I'll get rid of. So yeah, so in the simulator, so far, up $1,800, $1,880. And if this one ever explodes, the CIFR, and again, looking at the distance from the exit price, this gives you a bit of an idea, about how good are your exits. Look at the total P&L here, or the max P&L for EPIX, okay? So if I could have got out right at the very top penny when I was in the trade, I would have been up $2,600. When I got out, made $2,000. I mean, that's not terrible. You can never expect to, get out right at the very top. Okay, you know what, Roller? You're starting to tick me off a little bit, okay? I mean, I don't know, you come in here and I don't mind your posting stuff like that, but when you start sort of slamming Real or anybody else, there's no point. It's not necessary to do that. So you're on warning. Real is, he's not paid by Trade Ideas. He gives his time. Most people find his insights extremely valuable. He's a good soul for doing all that. So just back off. Okay, let's see. The CIFR. I mean, in theory, it's got some room up to this 150 mark. In theory, I mean, if you just sort of, I mean, I know I always like to look left and see where the next high is, but this sort of has room, I guess, to that 150 mark. No, we don't have, it's a, it's a medley, okay, Roller, of different sort of traders in here. We'll have a lot of new traders, of course. They come in here. We have people who don't know trade ideas at all. That might be experienced traders, but they don't know trade ideas at all. All right, PCVX approaching the VWAP. Whoa. How close to this VWAP can it get, guys? That's 23, or sorry, 39, 39.15. Okay, sounds like you're just kind of trolling right now, Roller. So, maybe you just want to go to some other room. I mean, it's that simple. You can find some other room to kind of troll in if you'd like to. So, I don't have time, we have got a great group of people in here. I rarely have to moderate in, a heavy-handed way. What's the best indicator? How much stock? Well, the ATR is yeah, I mean, the ATR will tell you, I think we use a 10-day average, okay? So the average true range, so that'll tell you on average how much a stock has moved over the last 10 days. So if you want to find a stock that is trading, significantly, maybe 2 or 3 times its ATR, we have a filter for that as an example. Yeah, listen, the only thing I can tell you about our news, I mean, and it's been, oh, I call it okay. I know we are looking at somebody else. I mean, in the marketing session yesterday, if you guys have been around for a while, you know that we've had some days in which when you click on news, this has been blank. Okay. So I'm not saying that has been fixed. I mean, in theory, it's been fixed because it's no longer blank, but we are changing our news. I can't remember who we're looking to go to, but we're changing it. Now, whether that'll be searchable or not, I don't know. I mean, the whole idea is that all you have to do is have, when you click on a symbol, you're going to have this news tab up, and you'll just see it right there. So as far as but searching on news, I doubt if we'll ever have something that will search on news, because I think that what they'll expect is that you just click on the alert. So if you're wondering, well, does OLB have any news? Well, you just click on it, and then this is your news tab that you can have up and running the whole time. Yeah, okay, searching for volume and price changes in the last 5 minutes. Yeah. I mean, that's easy. That's easy to do. If you want, well, I guess you when you're saying I really appreciated that I could, so you understand that you can do that. Guys, I know I'm fixated, but on this HLX. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I am fixated on this HLX, just the way it is, just need some volume, pop this through, and maybe it is going to get rolling. So Darth, when you say you want to see how people use this, are you talking about the ATR specifically, or just in general? You're talking about how people use trade ideas? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Oh, look at this, guys. Look at HLX. It's teasing here. The volume is starting to come in a little bit. 7 times normal volume right now. Okay, just using it in general. Okay, so well, what you see is I'm displaying a couple of what we call stock races, racing scans. Okay, boy, this HLX guy is. I don't want to jump the gun, but so what you're seeing here in this particular race scan, I'm just talking to Darth in our YouTube room, is if a stock is between 1 and 50. Oh, man, I just have to keep an eye on this HLX. Just give you an idea about what you're seeing here, though. If a stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 minimum shares have traded, and it's up at least 2% from the close. Any stock that meets these filter requirements and is really moving, you'll see in this race. You'll see the one that is moving the most right at the top. Okay, that's why. So, and the race, I run 4-minute races. So once a race is over, another one begins. And so right now, Vapo, since the race began, about what, 1.5 minutes ago, it is up 5%. Okay, that is what that is telling you. Okay, now of course, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to win this race because we still have 2 minutes left. But if you notice on the right here where it says this is a column, in the number one position, EPIX won 19 races today. Well, pretty obvious when you look at this 15-minute chart why it won 15 races. RLX won 9 races, etc. So what happens is the stocks that win the most races form a top 10 watch list for you. So you can have a race. It doesn't have to be my race. I'm sharing these, but you can then focus on just the stocks that win races. It's a very focused way of looking at. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. So it's a very focused way when you're starting out, especially if you're new to trading. You can be jumping around all over the place with trying to create all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows, and you're clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. Whereas if you have one race, maybe two to concentrate on, creating a watch list for you all day, it makes it a lot easier. And this one is just sort of it's a very similar race. The only thing is that I put a 500 million market cap minimum here and a 50 million float minimum. So you will not see stocks typically with high percentage moves. But, so this is these are more volatile. These are a little more steady. Okay, guys. Well, I've nibbled at the HLX. I've nibbled at it. I may add if it starts to move, but I'm in this one right now, HLX, and we'll see. I mean, there's the high. I probably should have waited for the high, but boy, if it takes out that high, and of course we have all sorts of different channels. So if I just click on new and then dock channel bar. So we have all sorts of theme-based channels. You have a momentum channel as an example. So for instance, there's RLX. Now it made a new high at 149. It is 157 right now. So with these filter requirements, the sort of the screening requirements, stocks meet between $1 and $50. Current volume at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of the day. Minimum 100,000 shares. This is kind of the cool metric. Volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So these are kind of the screening requirements. If the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened at 149 for RLX. Since 149, there hasn't been anything meeting these filter requirements making a new high, as an example. Okay. But we have all sorts of different channels. We've got a pre-market channel, an after-hours channel. Obviously nothing's going to appear here because this won't start working until 4 o'clock, but we have a post-market channel, have a pre-market channel. Come on. Okay, there's the high. Take it out. Look at the volume that came in. The volume that came in on HLX, what time is it now? 1:59. So it's going to close well, it just closed. So yeah, it's great volume that came in. It was not the biggest of the day, but in relation to all the previous several hours, so some enthusiasm came in. Now, is it going to keep it going? I don't know. I really have to refresh my memory on this one. Hard to see. Yeah, I think the next high is 670. I think it's hard for me to see on this chart, but so I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. I don't know. I mean, I'm just looking here. It's hard to see on it, this daily chart if there's something else here. I think the next high, I think it's is 6 or 660. I think. I wish we had slightly better way to, well, here we go. So that's 660. Yes. So it is 660. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but that is the next high. Be nice to see the volume just keep coming in a bit. I don't have the 5-minute chart up. But well, there's the VWAP. So 6 is the VWAP. So I just hope the volume just keeps up. Yeah, the LXs are going crazy. So there's RLX. Yeah. Great continuation day for some of these little guys. That's pretty impressive. It's not like the market. I mean, the market is, well, we're having a little pop here. Actually, Andy at Trade Ideas, maybe one of you guys knows, is there any good triple leveraged dollar ETF, US dollar ETF? Anybody know of one? So a triple leveraged dollar, US dollar ETF. Anybody have any ideas on that? Yeah, I think UUP is two. Yeah, I think you're right. He's looking for a triple. Ah, yeah, that yeah, that's like one of those. You got to wonder, was it really down there? I mean, I guess it was, but 21.25, and then it came right back up. You're talking about from the bottoming scan, yeah. Well, it looks like you made the better choice. The RLX is what's the float here? It's a huge float. That's right. Looked at this earlier. Checked the float. That's what other websites have the same, you know, the magnitude anyway. 595 million shares in the float to be up 52%. Wow. And do you see any news on this one, RLX? I don't see any I don't see any news on this one. Not from IB headlines anyway. I don't see any news on RLX. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Well, in my opinion, Willie, you just answered your own question. Why would you risk? Why would you try? Why would you try to make $1, even though it does seem like a yeah, maybe a sure thing? But as you say, if it falls apart, it could drop $10. But is it 3 times? UDN, is it 3 times? He's looking for a 3-time leveraged one. Yeah, we know UUP, but I think that's double. I think it's a double. I don't know, but somebody said they think it's a double. And he was looking for a 3-timer. Oh, I see. UUUP. I see. I see. Okay, sorry. You sure? UDNT? It's here. Yeah, I can't bring it up anyway. Okay, anyway, guys, thanks for trying. It was just for Andy at Trade Ideas. Some of you know Andy. He's in the YouTube room, usually on Fridays. All right, guys, listen, I'm out of the HLX, just the most minor of profits. I just don't like the way it's trading. So what I'm going to do with it is, yeah, I got to situate. So I will put an alert again on this 621 level, see if it takes that out. Otherwise, it just isn't. I thought that volume would be sufficient enough to really start to make it move, but it's a big float, 142 million. So it is a big, big float. So there were no triples anywhere. No triple ETFs for energy or anything. Pretty risky. Well, now this one is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. There's the deal: 200-day moving average 203, getting close. Now, blue collar, are you still in that trade? Are you still in this RLX trade? Okay, well, I will not. I will not short it. But if I were going to, I want it to get closer to that 200-day. But I certainly will not do it if you're in the trade. Yeah, the funny thing, blue collar, it's not a matter of bothering you. It would bother me. It would just bother me. I'm sort of ticked off at HLX that it didn't keep going. Okay, guys, I have to answer something in our dev. Let me just see if I can recreate it. Well, Shady's Silver, that sounds right. Shade. The stock that Shady likes, Sober, S-O-B-R. See, the high yesterday was 425. Yeah, I mean, the next high is way up here at 5. So, you know, okay, it's been making higher lows. We can say that for sure. Made an announcement this morning, cash on hand exceeds $10 million. Cash on hand empowers us to accelerate the building of our national sales team, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So there is that. Yeah, I do. Well, I do. UPRO is okay. Let's take a look at UPRO. So what you're saying? Okay, this is a 3-time for the SPY. Okay. But we were looking for the US dollar, but that's okay. Great. So there are still some 3-time leveraged. Going off that headline. Ooh, wow. I know you posted something about Boeing a while ago, but I know it's sort of out of the price range I like to trade, but wow is right. Oh, so this was actually an earnings play. Yeah, there are going to be a lot of anybody holding Twitter, any sort of a decent size anyway, expecting that this is going to close on Friday. What we're Wednesday now, so gonna be a lot of anxiety. My in case it doesn't close. I mean, I know there were people that thought there's no way, when this was happening, when it was down to 32, no way it was going to close. All right, CIFR still has some room if this ever gets some volume coming back in. All right, guys, 222. So one last talking about trade ideas. I don't have to tell anybody to take out a subscription because I would wait. I'm pretty sure tomorrow we'll have a 25% promo code. So don't do it today. but save my link. And when so if you click on my link, and I think actually the promo code has been changed. I have to do a refresh. Just give me a moment. There we go. So yeah, there's the promo code now, the old 15%, but give it a day because there'll be another promo code that'll be for 25%. So don't do it now. Stock of the day, my stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week. Now I did see, you know what? I mean, yeah, these are designed for longer term holds, but you know, I don't go crazy. So WTI, the trigger on Monday was I think 755. So you had a lot of opportunity to get into it. And then what did it do today? Got up to 832. But you can't trust anything in this market. I don't know what Steve was saying about it. If you he was in their YouTube room between 12 and 1. But you know, you've got to take some profit, guys. You just can't let it go right back down to where you bought it. But I can see exactly what he was looking at. I mean, you know, this high over here, 911. And didn't somebody announced some kind of a price stifle, $9.10 price target. So it had an upgrade. But anyway, you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. If you sign up and you don't feel you're getting it, check your spam folder and or your promotion folder if you have Gmail. Huge education section here. This is our great user guide, all searchable. You know, at the very least, you got to do this getting started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. Alert windows, top list windows, and the stock racing. Understand what these three are. Afterwards, you can look at other things, but you know, nail these. So because this is sort of the whole basis of trade ideas: alert windows, top list windows, and now the stock racing. And daily support. So in about an hour, I'll be shutting down the main room, and Chris will take over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, and he does that Monday to Friday. The daily webinars. So the webinars will start, I believe, next week. So you can sign up for them all right here. And the back to basics, Michael Na. Some of you know Michael. He created this nice little video series. If you're brand new to trading or looking for a bit of a refresher, this is a great free resource for you, okay? And last, my scans. So if you click on my scan section, here are the two races. This is the momentum. I've got this actually up and running. This is what I use. Pre-market actives up and down in the pre-market. And I have some other scans here. So save my link. And then if you ever do take out a subscription, if you use my link, helps the room, helps to keep it free, helps me. Okay. And then of course, if you save my link, you can look at my scans anytime you want. And that big education section anytime you want. Well, you can kind of do that, Will. I mean, we have a lot of filters. I mean, you can build your own scan based on your filter requirements. Search, I mean, look, I mean, these are the real-time alerts that we have, but I mean, you know, when you get to these icons, you can build your own scan based on, you know, what you're looking for. If you want to search, you know, you say, well, what do they have for volume? You just type in volume in the search. It'll tell you what we have for volume. You know, if you're looking for RSI, what do we have for RSI? You just type it in. What do we have for MACD? I mean, so we do have a lot of alerts and filters that you can create your own scan. What we've tried to do though is create a lot of scans that people might want to use without having to know how to build a scan in the first place, but that they can modify maybe to different price ranges or volume. So I mean, this is kind of, you know, your own queries. And you just have to search to see if we, you know, if you're looking for something, wondering, well, does Trade Ideas have this? You just have to type in the search box to see if we do. All right, guys, 2:30. All right, somebody asked me about this ARBK earlier. Well, it looks interesting now because, no, is this sort of chopping around? I think somebody asked me about ARBK earlier, you know, but it wasn't really doing much. It kind of held the VWAP. And, you know, the next high looking left is what, 284. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room, you know, from 259 to 284. If it gets there, it'd be a nice percentage move. If it can get out, if it can get through 284, then the high, wow, 349. So, I mean, this has got some interest behind it. Look at the volume. Look at that daily volume. I mean, it doesn't trade very much, obviously. 2.3 million represents 28 times normal. But it had an interesting day yesterday, crawling off the bottom, and today is a, you know, good continuation. The crawling off the bottom yesterday wasn't done on, you know, any fantastic volume. See, this is a nice column to have anyway, this distance from the exit price. So, I mean, this is telling me, okay, when I got out of EBIX, there's my exit price at 443, it's 17 cents under. But you watch this column and all of a sudden, if this starts going positive, you know, you might look at it and go, and, you know, obviously click on the symbol and see what's happening. Maybe an opportunity to get back in, as an example. I'm going to just get out of this CIFR. Yeah, didn't get close enough for me to the 200 day. Oh, our buck on a roll here now, guys. ARBK on a roll. Next high again is at 349. 284 and then 349 and then the fantasy level of 418. Yeah, I mean, if man, Arbuck, if this if you know, to me, if this takes out 437, it could have another run in it. You could just sort of see it's basing right here. You know, so maybe stick an alert maybe at 440 and see if it takes that out. We have, you know, some bottoming tails here. So, I mean, the sellers have been trying to knock it down, but the buyers are still pretty steadfast. So if it could take out kind of the highs of these, you know, these last 4 15-minute candles, it could get going again. Could get going again, as you know, could. What do these guys do? Oh, this is a blockchain. Okay. So it's a crypto play, I guess. I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news to it. I don't think so, but I don't see any specific news for ARBK. What's Bitcoin doing? Yeah, so this ARBK is certainly, I don't think I've ever seen this one before. I don't really recall seeing it before. I do recall seeing it yesterday. Ooh, did it get down that far though? Wow, EPIX got down that far? Okay, so you see it did not take that out. Oh, good luck, Poe, as always. Vapo's been active. Wow, look how active. Yeah, I mean, it hit a high up here at 187, came all the way back down to that support area, and then bounced off that support area. VAPO. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute just for a bit. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. No, I didn't. I didn't get close enough to the 200 day. I was waiting for it to get closer. No, there was a 200 day 203, so I was hoping it would get a little bit closer, but didn't happen. One day this AMPX will just really start to move again. It's just been kind of resting, guys. Look at this 15-minute chart. Ugly, 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 ugly. But look at the daily chart. I mean, this is just looking like it. At some point, it's just going to maybe romp again. The next high looking left is 1255, and then there's this 1355, but way over here is 26. So I keep having this on a watch list, you know, this daily chart. I mean, it's just kind of, it's a difficult intraday trader. Okay. Good for Poe. Poe strikes again. And your little bounce plays. Amazing. All right, guys, I'm getting set to put myself on mute pretty soon. The room will be open, of course. I'll just hop back on the mic if there is a question. Well, you know, I mean, EPIX, as I said, I have this alert set up here for around 441. Takes that out. I mean, it could get going again, but Poe played a beautiful another little bounce off that 4 level. 30 cents so far. I mean, yeah, this hit 512 or so in the pre-market, or sorry, pre-market market hours, got right to the 200-day moving average, and that's stalled it right in its tracks, or stopped it right in its tracks. Yeah, nice SPR play off that Boeing news, I guess, or the Boeing earnings, SPR. I know you guys were talking about that. Okay, guys, I think I'll put myself on mute right now. I'm here, so if you have a question, I will hop back on to the mic. Oh man, guys, remember I was talking about this YMAB earlier? Had an alert in the 10-day daily breakdown. I did not take it. I'm not sure why I didn't take it, but look at this. The alert happened at 13:39. There's a $2 drop. I think it was just having to get through that 200 day. Yeah, so somebody asked in our YouTube room, what big company after hours? Well, Facebook, Meta. Meta certainly is one of them. And ahead of earnings, look at this, ahead of earnings. Wow. Apple is tomorrow after hours. Yeah, Google. Yeah, Google. Yeah, almost straight down. Had a little surge with the market. Had the surge with the market. You see exactly what happened with the market. And now since the market, of course, it's probably leading the charge down. Okay, guys, back on mute. Yeah, the problem with Meta is that is the tanking, has the tank already been built in a bit? I mean, it's down 6%. That's a lot for, for 2.26 in the float, 2.6 billion in the float. So has the tank already been built in to a certain extent? All right, guys, back on mute. Well, if you're talking about Boeing had earnings this morning before the market opened. No real reaction. I mean, there's the pre-market. No real reaction. And then, of course, like a lot of stocks, following the SPY at the beginning, but then once, the SPY started moving down, I mean, Boeing's just getting absolutely slaughtered here. I mean, the next low looking left, I mean, it's still got room. The next low looking left, I believe, is 123, unless that's a low right there. Maybe 131. So tomorrow, I mean, unless something happens, I mean, this could get down to that 123 level. No, Stephen, I may have read your question wrong when you said what big company reported earnings today. I thought you meant after hours. I mean, well, we had the two big ones, of course, Microsoft and Google. And that's what's kind of taken the whole tech sector down. Microsoft and Google. I thought you meant who. What's going on with my computer again? So Meta is after hours today. Yeah, what a heck of a day to go public, right? MBLY. Oh, on the way up. On the way up. I thought you were talking. I thought it was nonstop on the way down. Wow. Hmm. Interesting. All right, guys. Well, that gave us a little trade in the EPIX if you took it. I know Poe took it early. He said he didn't hold on, but right that break there, that was kind of the key. That 430 break. What did it get up to? All the way up to 478. May still have a little left in it, but and you know what else is coming back is that PCVX. PCVX. Look what it did. Wow. You talk about a holding of the VWAP. Look at that, guys. There's PCVX. That purple line right there is the VWAP. Came right back into it and bounced off it. They released 41, I think it was 41 million shares, Teddy, something like that. I think if I haven't deleted my price alert on it, let me just see. Yeah, I delete. I'm pretty sure it was 41 million shares, something like that. It was a big one. That's why I don't get too interested in those ones. You know, there are a lot of shares outstanding. But no question. I mean, it's been actually way more active than I thought it would be on the short side and the long side. Well, that's the thing. Regarding Meta, I can't see how the earnings are going to be great either. But it's already down a lot, kind of in sympathy with Microsoft and Google, and so how much further can it go? I mean, well, we do know that it can go further. How can we forget this day? Right here, man, oh man. Remember that, guys? This was on in February, earlier this year. Stock closes at $322. It goes down to $235. I mean, I always joke about how, these big floats, you're not going to get the 10% moves but look at this. I mean, but that is, that was astonishing. And it is not recovered, not really recovered. Okay, guys, I am just waiting for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to put our YouTube link in. Chris will be there in about 5 minutes or so, I think. Okay, guys, I think I'll shut the main room down now. YouTube will be open, of course, until Chris, well, it'll be open till 4:30. I'll hand it off to Chris. So, an exciting day, definitely an exciting day. More to come. All right, everybody. So I'm going to shut the main room down right now, and I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we will see you then. Bye-bye. Of course, YouTube is still open. So I had a price alert set for this one, this LOCL. The price alert. And this is now, so it just made a new high. Some okay volume came in. After hours high was way up here at 372. Zach posted the news. Owner Charles Schwab reported a purchase of 3 million shares at an average of 250. So that on a Form 4 filing on Tuesday. So that is what caused this to pop up. You know, this EPIX may not be over. I mean, if it takes out this 200 day with any force, it's at 512. I mean, it literally got to the penny. Something happened here to my races here. There we go. I'd be keeping an eye on this PCRX tomorrow, or sorry, PCVX tomorrow. You know, see if it takes out that high, the high of today. I mean, it is super strong. Did a financing at $32, and the market has just completely shrugged that off. I mean, it's, you know, $8 above the financing price. Late dayer, guys. Joan on the way here. Joan. Is this a clothing store of some sort? Thought they went into bankruptcy, but I guess not. Late day to the action. All right, Mr. Christopher Varley should be there anytime now. When you say AI, well, they are here. So, I mean, you have to have the premium service. So there they are, Mitch. So as an alert, I mean, that's it. That's the alert in the premium service. When the alert happens, you see the entry price. You have a stop. Hello, Christopher. So
Good afternoon.
does that answer your question?
It does answer my question.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Mitch? So you need the premium service, and then if you have the premium service, that's exactly what the AI does. It gives you an alert. So, Christopher, okay, so you have the, okay, well, I'll just finish answering. So, Mitch, this is what I would do. From the toolbar, click on New, and then click on Premium AI Strategy Trades window, okay? When you do that, this is the window that you're going to see. So I would incorporate this as part of your layout. Tomorrow morning, open trade ideas before 9:30. The earliest alert will be at 9:35. Doesn't work in the pre-market. The earliest AI alert will be at 9:35. Okay, so just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do, but just wait for the alerts to happen. You can put a sound alert on, like actions, and they play the sound, set up the sound, etc. If you know how to do that for an alert window, so that when you do get an alert, you'll hear it. And then you can look on your you can look at the screen and just see what the alert is. Okay, good. I'm done.
That's it. He's out.
That's it.
Screen's been swapped.
Screen's been swapped. Okay.
And then, Mitch,
All right,
if you have
Christopher.
more questions on that, let me know, of course.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Barry. Please tell me you got some of that EPIX today.
Very late.
Okay, I didn't get it.
Very late. Very late.
I had a shot at 279. I hit. I went to hit buy and it already shot up to 290. I was like, all right, I don't want to chase there. And then I got in that meeting with the Trade the Pool folks, and that was the end of it.
Well, I got hung up on, if you look at the daily chart, around 243, I thought there'd be some pretty decent resistance.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think 243, I think, yeah, 243 anyway. So, yeah, I mean, we saw this one early and I thought, well, okay, it's at 229. I think it could stall around 240. So I just forgot about it. And yeah, the only time I took it really was on that break of 438 late.
Oh, okay. Really?
And got up to 470, and I'm out of it now. But
yeah,
I mean, that was an amazing one. And what's the flow? Yeah, I mean, it's 36 million, so it's not crazy low. Certainly not high.
Exactly.
And it's a phase 1, phase 2. Phase 1/2. So go figure. Look what it did, though, Chris. Look what it did right at the 200-day moving average, almost literally to the penny. Went right into it.
Let me put a 200 moving average up there.
Yeah.
I am the anti-moving average person.
That's the only one I really look at. I mean,
oh my goodness, that's hysterical.
Isn't that amazing? I tell people to, if you don't believe in the 200-day, print that one out and put it on your wall.
No, I believe in them. I'm one of those people. Someone starts bringing up efficient market hypothesis, you're getting muted real fast. But
oh, okay.
I fully believe in technical analysis. One of the only things that can trigger me on Twitter is when someone puts up technical analysis. What is it when you're looking at zodiac signs for men?
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, anyways. I'll let you get out of here.
Okay, my friend. We'll talk tomorrow.
Sounds good, Barry. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody's going to get that off my charts there, and Barry will make his way out. and I'm making my way in and all that stuff like that. And again, Mitch, I know you're having a back and forth with Barry there on the AI. So if you have any more questions, let me know. Also, here's a video I did on the AI. Now the video is a couple of years old. So when I did the video, that channel bar had Holly separated into 4 different channels. There was Holly Grail, 2.0, Neo, and Omni Holly, or something like that. It's all been combined into one since. There's really no difference other than the difference between the strategies, and the strategies were just created at different times. So Holly 2.0 strategies were created long after the Holly Grail strategies were, and the Neo strategies kind of came at the same time as the 2.0, but they were all done by different people. And it was just a way of, it was just what they did. They kept it separate in that sense, but it's, it's just essentially like naming different alert windows, different things. That's all it was in that regard. I can also say Holly Neo, generally speaking, likes higher relative volume stocks. But, aside from nuances like that, it's not like there's some special thing in one that the other doesn't have. They all essentially work one way or the other the same. Anyways, I think that's a pretty good comprehensive video. It's about 15 minutes long, so nothing crazy. But it'll go over how Barry showed you to find that and the difference between the AI strategy window and the AI strategy alert window and things of that nature. So, yeah. And of course, any questions, fire those away for me. Happy to go over those to the best of my abilities here. Other than that, we got a bit of a sell-off here on the afternoon. Red. Sorry, I just want to flip some things around here. Starting to rearrange a little bit of my layouts again, or windows that I'll add to my layouts during the day, because I like to keep things very simplistic when I'm day trading. There we go. Not ready. So a bit of a sell-off for a while, or we're bouncing again. I can't remember. Hard for me to keep track these days. So, all right. No, so we sold off here on the SPY. Tried to bounce, kind of fading still to the lower side. But I mean, big picture. We're still up pretty good off these lows down here at 348.11. Up 40. Almost 40 points, or 34 points, give or take. So we'll see what happens. Do you not like moving averages? I don't like things on my charts. You can see here on my intraday chart, I've got an 8 EMA and a 20 SMA, but I like those just for my swing trading, for my day trading, kind of indicating some momentum. I use them to help identify areas where I might want to stop. It varies from stock to stock and trade to trade and things like that. But that's it on my intraday. As you can see here, I have one indicator on my main area. My chart is a period low of 20 days. So, or it's a multi-period low and the period is 20. Obviously, it's days. And that's it. And again, I use this a lot in my swing trading here, looking at levels. And I kind of use it as a momentum indicator for swing trading as well. So that's it, though. I don't like a lot of stuff on my chart. It's gonna influence too much support, resistance, and volume. That's it, which is essentially price action. Price pays. Everything else lags. Everything else lags. The fastest moving average on the planet still lags price. So just my kind of 2 cents on it. That's all. But for years on my daily chart, I had a 10 SMA, a 20 SMA, a 50 SMA, a 200 SMA. I'd throw VWAP on there, and then I'd start drawing support and resistance lines too. And it was like I could never make a decision. Well, all right, it's got room to this, but that's only 4 cents to that, and then it's 17 cents to this, and then it's $1 to that one, and it was too much analysis, and I couldn't pull a trigger on anything. Or when I pulled the trigger, it was always wrong. It seemed like so. I took the moving averages off. My trading improved. Now is it from the moving averages coming off? Is it from just gaining experience? Probably half a dozen of one and 6 of the other, to be honest, for whatever that's worth. Yeah, the AI strategy window won't have anything. That's just the strategies. You want the strategy trades window. Strategy trades window, strategy window. The strategy trades window looks like this. Just going to tell you what the strategies are, whatever its time stop is, however many trades that strategy is taken on the day. So for example, we can see here, pullback shorts got 2 strategies, but pullback longs are 2 trades. But pullback long has 0 trades. So that's what the strategy window, and then the strategy trades window will show us the actual trades here. And then just make sure there's none of the filters are enabled when you open it. You know, you don't have any checks in any of those boxes, unless of course you want checks in any of these boxes. But by none and all strategies, you're looking at every trade that happened today. Mookie, maybe you want to try 5-minute high or 10-minute high. I would throw those out at you. So if we go file, new alert window, just to bring up some alerts here to go over. My biggest experiences on making alert windows is either just new high, but I think you want to catch stuff before, like if it had pulled back and it's running back up and not just a new high. So you might want to check out, I mean, you can check out these other running ups, but you might like either 15-minute breakout, 10-minute, 5-minute. I like this cross resistance, the non-confirm though, and I always leave the filter on it blank. It's actually my default. If I build an alert window, is this what I default to always? That's what I saved it as. I leave the trade hours of trading blank on that. And then you might want to check out these 5, 10, 15-minute highs. I don't think you're going to want 30 or 60. You're probably going to want to lean 5 or 10, but you can, put a 15 in there, run the history, see what it looks like. You might like that as well. I'd go with some of those. Those would be ones that I'd point you towards. Yes, of course, Mitch. Happy to do that. What's up, Mike C? How are you? No, Stephen, we don't rate the strategies because there's an infinite amount of strategies. If you look at how many alerts and filters there are, and then you've got to add values to some of the alerts and add values to any of the filters, there's an infinite combination of things that can be done. So, we haven't back tested and optimized anything in that regard. The only thing that gets any back testing and optimizing is Holly. And the historical data is only 64 days, give or take. So it's hard to rate things like that. The closest thing you're going to get is the TI strength alerts and what that looks like. Yeah. Also, when you say higher win rate, are you looking for things that, day trading or longer term swing trading or shorter term swing trading, things like that? I find a lot of great stuff out of my evening scan for swing trades, but I'm going chart by chart and looking at things and filtering things down using, my trader's eye essentially. There's no rated win rate. Like I said, the TI strength alerts is about as close as you're going to get on that, I would say. Roll. What are you? See a 90 rating there. Not far off lifetime highs. Wow. Now that is an interesting looking chart. Pests are on the rise, maybe? I don't know. That's really interesting right there. Fine. I don't know. My rule of thumb is whenever I hear anybody say fine, unless it's with wine or cheese, usually it indicates not great. But I hope you're doing all right there, Mike C. So yeah, that's where I'd point you towards the Market Explorer in general. If you're looking for more kind of swing ideas, I'd be taking a look at the higher rated things that, you know, try to find the stuff that's in the high 80s and 90s, taking a look at those charts and seeing what you like from there. If you're looking stuff on shorter term time frames, you know, you could definitely take a look at some of this at support 1 minute and things like that, or these support and resistance ones in here. Got some money flow indexes on some time frames, on some shorter time frames. You got some candlestick patterns on some shorter time frames too. But there's no rating on the scans. You know, it's just finding you, show me stocks that did these things. You know, you could look up things like Bull Whiskey, you know, with the patternsite.com and stuff like that, and see how, you know, what he might have for information on things that he's tested on inside bars, for example, and other type of patterns. So I'd point you towards something like that. Yeah, I mean, there's nobody has a scan that's like that. I'm sorry, Steven. You know, it's not, hey, this scan is good type of thing. You know, I think this scan right here that my race, you know, I defy anybody to find something that looks better for day trading in general. I mean, another epic day from it, I would say. I mean, this thing has been on there all day long. This has looked good today, you know, multiple times, multiple runs on this here. I didn't even see SOBR earlier. What did that do now? It's won enough races to catch my attention. And, you know, kind of a move off there. Not that great. NINE, I believe, had an okay move here on the day. Yep. You know, not too shabby, early and late. I don't know what VNet did. So, you know what I mean? But, you know, you still have to be a trader in the end. It's going to point you to where the action is, but you got to be the trader at the end. But there's no, you know, outside of Holly, there's nothing that says buy or sell and rated, I'm sorry to tell you. But I think swing alert wise, the TI strength alerts and going through the best rated stuff on there, and there from marking up what your in and out would be, right and wrong on those. EDU had a nice day. GP had a really nice day. I mean, you know, the list goes on and on here. You know, some days this looks better than others. This had a, you know, really solid day today. So I can share this out here for you. File, load from cloud. Relative strength from the open. Now, this one that I share has a $100 maximum on it. The one that's up here has a $30 maximum on it, so you might want to change that. But if that's what you're looking for on the day trading side, I mean, you know, some of them are tough traders in the sense that they're low floats. They can, you know, move quickly on you. It's not something you take a trade and you go make yourself a sandwich, but definitely some good stuff in there. And then I would suggest taking a look at the Market Explorer. Go new Market Explorer. It's going to give you this window. You can right click and select strategy. I'd highly recommend taking a look at the TI strength alerts in there for the swing trading stuff. A lot of quality there. Obviously, like everything else with trading, rising tide lifts all boats. So when the overall market's moving up, obviously things are going to be much easier. When the overall market's moving down, things are going to be much harder. I don't know what the percentage is, but I'd be comfortable saying something like probably 95% of all stocks trade nearly in lockstep with the SPY and or NASDAQ every day, or the Qs every day. So, you know, you got to kind of try to find and pick your way through that stuff when everything's falling. What is it that you want to own? VTNR. Kind of kicking myself for not buying this when I wanted to. Gonna put this in the retirement account. I wanted to do that here. And just take a couple of days ride on it. Anywho, didn't do it. Is what it is. Don't think I'll be running out on that today. Sorry. Check a message here. All right, very good. Very good, very good. All right, anywho, the big question now is, what do we do? What does the market do here for me? What does it do for you? What does it do for everybody? And the other thing, Stephen, is I would say this. I don't know what your experience is with trading or anything like that, but let's just say we get back into a bull market, right? Hang out in these support sessions with me, daily. I go over charts and things like that, and hopefully you'll pick it. If you're still, I'm still in the learning process myself, but depending on where you are in the learning process, obviously charting, you're bound to pick some stuff up and start to find some things that you're going to like, and it's going to make the scans seem better to you than they might be also. So, just a part of the natural ebb and flow of this kind of thing. Something like my evening scan here, this'll, could really produce some great winners. It produced some really great winners for about 16, 17, 18 months for me. Then, we ran into a bear market and it wasn't as good. It's not that there wasn't anything there, but some weeks, maybe one or two kind of actionable ideas out of it where, for a long period of time, it was like 10, 15 actionable ideas every week out of that thing, So just part of the work that's got to go into it. No idea there, Michael Anthony, SOL. It's one of those things, Where are you gonna struggle? Right there, it looks like an area that could struggle, and it did, as a matter of fact, ran into it right there. And $5 again. But if solars do go on a run, no way to predict these things. But if you like it, trade the plan. Tan looks like the SPY. Pretty close. Look at this. Tan gapped up is the only difference, but look at this second 15-minute candle. Look at that second 15-minute candle. Look at this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. Nearly in lockstep. Very, very little difference between a tan chart and a SPY chart right now. Very little difference. It did get, played catch up today though. Tan has been dogging and lagging, so today it played catch up. No way to know that it was going to do that, of course, but there it is. Played nice catch up. Still up 4 and a bit more than 4 1/3. SLS. I had a position in this for a couple days. Sold out of it today. Gee whiz. So extended, but that gap is tasty looking right there. Chris, is there compare count number, i.e. X number of stocks advancing versus X number of stocks declining? No, there is not. No, closest you're going to get is these kind of compare count windows here. That's giving you the alerts per second here. And that's really it, but it's not giving you full numbers of, how many stocks declined or moved up. I'm trying to think if there's some kind of convoluted workaround for that, but I can't think of one specifically. Wow, rum all day long. Should have grabbed it when I thought about it earlier. Had an alert set here at 9:30 earlier today, and I just kept bumping it up, and then I got in a meeting and kind of left it. Entering around 9:30 or 9:35 would have been well paying. Anywho. Sorry, Jonathan, let me think on that. I can't think of a way around that other than just doing this here. You could do because the counts filter is going to work for alerts for specific stocks, not just how many advancers and decliners. Yeah. Nope. No way to get that. Sorry. MULN. Like she's talking MULN. MULN. Oof. There's some volume coming into it. Yeah, that's my only thing with penny stocks is that you got to take a massive share size in it. I'm not comfortable seeing that amount of shares, me owning something that amount of shares. Have to work my way to that someday, maybe. No, you got it, Jonathan. Sorry, and I'm kind of silent on it because I'm trying to think of if there's a way around doing this. Because like first I was thinking we'll create 2 alert windows, one with new highs, one with new lows. But it just won't, it's gonna show each stock, and there's no running total on those stocks like that. And the other thing too is every window can only hold 1,000 entries in it, so the rest of the entries will start to peel off if we get over 1,000. So, like I said, my original thought was, an alert window, and go new high. Add alert, and then whatever you wanted to put in here, but then add a count column, show column, and then in here it's going to show you number, but it's number of new high alerts. It's going to show for each individual stock that comes through how many times it did that new high today. So I mean, even here we can see RUM made 101 new highs today. Technically. But it's going to show you what the count was on the new highs for each individual stock like that. So there's no way to just say new highs in the market outside of this here, really. EYG and CPG, they're just not dynamic stocks, It's just not a dynamic stock. Or EGY. I want to own stuff that moves. You know what I mean? Like this thing just doesn't move. I don't want to own stuff that, you know what I mean? Like how many shares do I have to take to get some return on it? And then I up my shares, and what if it moves against me then? And I know by getting a more dynamic stock, if it moves against you, it's the same idea, but I just don't want to have to overshare size, especially in a bear market. What happens if the whole market rolls over? And this isn't something that normally moves real fast. And all of a sudden the entire market tanks. We're in a bear market, which is very possible. And then I get to participate in a really bad downsize with a high share size. That's just my reasoning behind it. Other people may not see that reasoning or like that reasoning or understand that reasoning, but that's what makes me and them. Yeah, P10, P10's one that I wouldn't mind owning. The move was made today, and it has earnings on the 28th, and I'm not going to hold going into earnings. But, I've been looking to put money to work in my retirement account. I've been doing it again recently. Hindsight's 2020. I should have grabbed P10. Should have grabbed it. I didn't. I'm not going to grab it now. But, there's oil stocks that I like much more than that. LTHM. Earnings November 1st. LBTR. I like this much better than either of those other oil stocks. What a strong close for rum. So, all right, we got a minute and change for the market to close. EPIX looks like still getting rejected off that 470 level now. Yeah, we'll see. This could be a runner in the post market. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Trying to pop over now, 477. What do I think of IRDM for a swing? It's closing week. I don't like that. Chart's okay. I mean, overall the chart's okay. So, are you swing? What's your swing? What's your target? What's your time frame? Those kinds of things. If you're going to put the money to work and you're looking at something like that as your stop, maybe that's cool. I don't know. It's got this move here that already happened, kind of selling off right now with the rest of the market. There's not really any liquidity in it. There's not much volume in it. So, if the market sells off, you're going to be at the mercy of the market. That's my issue with something like IRDM. It's a strong chart overall, but are you buying it for a week, a month, a year, a day, 3 days? These things will kind of matter. But it's an all right chart. You want to just see it hold up this level here, I think. So share size accordingly and things of that nature. But yeah, okay chart. You mentioned yesterday or okay, P10. You mentioned, yeah. I hindsight trading. Wish I'd grabbed it. Obviously, I didn't. Just tough. Also, I've hardly looked at the market this week. I've been in so many meetings all week long. Kind of frustrated about it. I won't lie. I'd like to have a little more time to trade. ESTE on Monday at close. Took about 3/4 just now. I was on Andy's nice setup top list. Okay. All right. Yeah, like I said, if this is the only thing I don't like about it is, all right, so it faded here. That's not a big deal. That candle right there, I didn't care for. But I mean, we gap up tomorrow. Odds are this is going to gap up as well. So that right there looks good. And holding above that level, as a matter of fact, that's kind of a big line in the sand for strength on it. So what's that level? 48.75, give or take. So it held up above that today, as a matter of fact. So no, I mean, it's a good chart. It just, am I going to say it's a buy? Obviously, I'm not going to say it's a buy. Am I going to say it's a sell? Obviously, I'm not going to say it's a sell. But it's a solid looking chart. Other things that do have it going for it, bit of a short float, nothing crazy, but shorts have been moving out recently, nearing all-time highs. Not there, but it's only $6 off, give or take. So, days to cover, that's a big number right there on the days to cover. So that tells you that of that float and the way that it's been trading, it would take the shorts at its average pace right now of trading. It would take them 9.8 days to close out all those short positions, essentially. So that bodes well in the sense that if this thing starts to move, those shorts are, they're going to have to move quicker than normal. ESTE, what does that look like? Is that trucking? ESTE. No, it's energy. For some reason, I thought it was trucking. There's something else that sounds like this. See, I like this too. Oh, man, I do like that. Solid room up into that 1730 level. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, Meta. That's I'm pretty sure this is the most hated stock on the planet at this moment, right? So what earnings are on Friday? That doesn't seem right. They don't usually do earnings on Friday. Doesn't that can't be. Is that a 6 or an 8? I can't tell if that's a 6 or an 8. That's got to be a 6, right? File, load from cloud, earnings. Yeah, earnings are today. Okay. I couldn't tell if that was a 6 or an 8 here on this. You're a fool, Chris. I keep forgetting. Look up here. Earnings today, after market closes. Duh. So we saw a lot of green on the earnings when we were looking. I don't know, it was yesterday or the day before. Good amount of green here. Not bad. Not bad. Not terrible. Seen worse, considering we're in a recession, or I don't know if we're in a recession or not. I just, whatever. Not going to split hairs on that stuff. But yeah. It's just that the lettering is so small on it. But here, just, if we look up here, makes it real clear for us. Earnings today after market close. Yeah, there's a lot of Chinese stocks early in the day. Change from the open. Looks like the K-Web was strong all day long. Yeah, I mean, it made a nice move up and it never sold off like the rest. So was this a generational low here? Could be. But, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I blow up my account. What I'm referencing is, this happened here. And then when we had this go on here, I got pretty bullish on the K-Web in here. And I rode some Chinese stocks up into here, and some I sold, and some there around here, and some I held into here, and let it bounce back up in here, and then it started to fade again, and I got rid of the rest of them. And not all of them were just a hold from here to here. I was in and out a lot of them through here. And then, I still kind of remained sort of semi-bullish the K-Web, but, it did this, and I'm like, all right, and then it just did this. So fool me once, like I said, shame on me. Fool me twice, I blow up my account. With that said, I'll be looking. I'll be watching if there's any bargain hunting to be done on Chinese stocks that I want. I am not quite the bargain hunter, bottom fisher that Andy is, but Andy also has like 20 something years of experience on me. Even more than that. I think Andy started trading in like 96. I started trading in 2017. So, yeah. All right, 21 years experience on me. And really it's probably more like 22 or 23 because my first year doesn't count. I didn't know diddly squat. But yeah, I like that. Like, see, run it back and take a look at those things. I just literally made that up. I'm going to tweet it out now. I'm going to tweet that out now. See what kind of reaction I get. There we go. That was a good one. Trademarked. Absolutely. Look at Meta. I'm guessing Meta looks ugly right now. Woof. Adios, Meta. It was nice knowing you. Now, I believe there was someone that was asking recently about Meta and, doesn't this look like a good place because it's, and I said, no, it does not look like a good place for me to buy. maybe a good place for someone to buy. That someone wasn't me. And I want to say this was like a week or two ago, which would have put us somewhere up here. And I said that, you know, it gives up COVID lows. I mean, where's it headed to after that? You know, I guess this would be that analytical scam or whatever it was, scandal that they had. I forget whatever that company was that they sold that data to for the elections and they didn't even get in any trouble for it. I mean, they probably should have been put in prison for what they did, some people, but you know, hey, what do I know? I'm not a big fan of selling people's data. Not like that anyways. I mean, where are you headed to now? You're headed down here. We're already down there now. And then where do you go after this? You know, we're already down there now. This is happening right now. We're below there. And, you know, we got to go all the way back to, you're talking about going all the way back to 2016 to start to find support. That's not good when you have to look back to 2016 to find support. But like I said, what do I know? The company isn't going away. They're not going bankrupt anytime soon. You know, and if you think that you're going to hold it for 5 years and you believe that it's going to be up from 5 years from here, I mean, you got a thesis, you got a trading plan, execute it. I'm not that person though. I've never really used Facebook. I have an account. Basically, it's for remembering family members' birthdays. That's literally what I use it for. So, all right. So anyways, yeah, Meta looks terrible. Well, it's bouncing. Who knows? Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the end of the pain for Meta. I mean, that is a wicked move down. I mean, we talk about big moves up, right? Sure, big moves up. But, big move up, long sideways move, another big move up. But look how fast that move down happened, about half the time. So, it's hard to say. Like, the value person in me says, geez, how much lower could it go? The trader and trend person in me says trend can go forever until it hits zero. Oh, really? On? See, on was a chart that I really liked again. Yeah, that's a not fun sell-off, to say the least. It opened here today? No, that doesn't make sense. Screenshot of something. Moving right along in life. On your 15 minutes is different than mine. I mean, I've got this from IB right now. So 67, that just bounced right back up. So yeah, big wick coming down, trying to rebound now. I mean, the price looks right. 67, 67, 67. This is not updating properly. I don't know what's happening here. Now it is. Now it isn't. This is off. Something's off. All right. No, I disregard the crazy person. I was looking here and not here from open to close, and I was looking at this and not this, or this and not this. I got to get more sleep. I got to get more sleep. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like the Qs continue to be the laggard, right? They got to be rolling over pretty good. So that's a middle finger candle, and back below that line, that's pretty significant, I would say, compared to Z SPY. Not quite as ugly of a candle here. But that SPY did sell off quite a bit here. So we'll see with these big boys that are, kind of dragging the market down. You had Microsoft yesterday, right? I don't think anybody's had that bad of earnings, have they? Maybe, I don't know. I'm missing something. Wow, Microsoft off 19% today. Rough. Yeah, more Adderall. No, there's no question how important sleep is. I mean, I know some people can run more or less sleep. Years ago, I could run with no sleep. The last couple of months, I need it more, apparently. I don't know. What does Ford look like after hours? I don't know, Mike. I think let's take a look. I mean, not great. I think that this level is everything on Ford right now. Above here, you make a nice run at 14, I would say. Below there, you make a nice run back at 12. So make of that what you will. Someone that's looking at this, if you had a thesis here, if I was really with Ford, I'd be looking at 12 as a stop, 14 as a target, which sets up, $1.25 ish from this price to a 75-cent risk, right? My risk is 75 cents, give or take. My reward is $1.25. I prefer to see 2 to 1, but yeah, that looks better, right? But if you're a believer in Ford, you like the chart and all those things like that, those are the levels that I see. That doesn't mean you see it that way. Someone else might be looking at it and be like, no, why would you go 12 all the way down here? You got better support down here, right? And why would you stop at 14, right? Because then you could fill the gap and come up here to 15, right? And I can't argue those. That's, what someone else's eye may see. I see those too. Don't get me wrong. Ooh, Meta really, really moving down now. Really moving down now. Poor Meta. I feel terrible for them. Minnesota one put the tamer is still holding for tomorrow. All right, all right. Upward EPWK. What's it doing here? Oh man, Meta's really coming undone. It's upward, right? Yeah. So we got some positive earnings action going on here. So the flip side of things. So, well, that's a big, big downtrend. Gee, you don't see this very much. Triple tops. That run up. Come all the way back down here to 2020 levels. Interesting. Wonder what they do. I don't play earnings, period. I try to avoid holding stocks into earnings. That's Andy's gig, not mine. Andy's had a couple of that he's gone through earnings with and did quite well. But again, I just think that's one of those experience things and having a better pulse on the market in general. Teladoc, wasn't this like a $500 stock or something at one point? 300. I was close enough. I wasn't grossly exaggerating as I thought it was actually. That was going to end up being like 150 or 200. Teladoc up on earnings right now. All right. Oh, after. No, I don't trade the post market period. I never have. I'm not saying I won't in the future someday, but just not my cup of tea. When I took over for Barry for that week in the traders room, it was really hard for me to do support and share my screen and trade and things like that all at the same time. And I'm doing this during the early post market. And as soon as I'm done here, I generally I get away from the computer for at least a few minutes because I've been on the computer at that point for almost 12 hours. And so by the time I'm like coming back to the computer, it's 5:30 or 6 o'clock. And I don't want to get back and trade. I'm exhausted. It's just too many things working against me to trade the post market. I'm not opposed to it. I don't think there's anything wrong with trading the post market. I've seen some great stuff happen. I watched Barry make some unreal trades in the post market over the last couple of years, but just too much work that I'm doing during the regular market hours. I'm shot when the post market gets here. Volume only at the ask and the bid. There might be. You'd just be scanning for stocks at the ask and bid and then adding volume to it. No. This is all we're going to have here. The bid will look the same, just to add, same as this. So, might be able to use this ratio and leverage in a roundabout way on this. So yeah, you can use it for inventory at the ask of the bid. So yeah, you could do this. You could use that, I guess. So scan for high volume stocks and then that lean either on the bid or the ask. Or you could add it as a column, right? And so you don't have to scan on it. You could scan for high volume stocks and then see what they're returning for an ask bid ratio without giving it a value, right? So, you can go, show column and press OK. And, anything that comes through, you can see what the ratio is here. So you didn't even need to add a value to the filter itself, just display it as data. No volume profile. I wish we had volume profile. That would be really nice. You know, they're constantly doing stuff to the chart, so I can't say whether or not that will or will not happen. Yeah, Steven. So what I would do is go new alert window. All right. And I would search that ask bid or whatever you want. We type ratio. Yeah. If we type ratio, we get it right here. We can show that column. All right. So now we've shown the column. Now you just need to build the rest of the scan, right? So, you know, I don't know if you want something like 1 minute volume. You know, we could type volume. And, you know, 1 minute volumes here. And, you know, we can add that filter to say we want to see stocks that are doing 5 times what they're normally doing. It's a, you know, a percent value, you know, and again, we're going to leave the bid ask ratio here blank because we're just going to look at that there. And then, you know, we want to price range $5 to $100, for example, or something like that. And, you know, if we want to look at for, you know, shares traded today, we want to see stuff that traded at least 500,000 shares, for example. And, you know, maybe, I'm trying to think of what else someone might want to add to this here. You know, I don't know if you want to scan on a new high, you know, add alert, and you want a new high instead of the cross above resistance, maybe. And, could I tell if TAN would be up tomorrow? I have no way to tell if that's going to happen or not. It might as well try to predict the stock market, right? Sorry, I'm just trying to look at for more filters because I'm going to build a little something out here for you, Steven, and then I'll send it over as a template and you can rework things. But I just figure I put a few things of, I think, interest for what you're looking for in here. And of course, obviously, you can tweak it any which way you want to see it. You know, maybe you want to see something that's got a positive change over the last 5 minutes. So I could add that filter, put a 0 here. So now it's got to be up for the last 5 minutes. You know, doing some 1 minute volume here. Yeah, I mean, I think that's an okay spot to start. And I mean, you can peruse through all the rest of these and see, you know, I don't know, maybe you want to add a VWAP filter in there. Maybe you want to add a change from the open or close filter in there. I don't know if you want to see stocks that have been trending up over X amount of days that you might use a position and range filter for 5 days or 10 days or something like that. But so we'll call it bid ask ratio for Steven. And we'll save and share that to the cloud so you can have it, or anybody else that wants it here. And let's post that there. Yeah, Meta touched 115 a couple of minutes ago, I think. Meta touched all, yeah, I knew it. It had already well past 115. 70 something percent off its all-time highs. So again, you know, someone was asking me a week or two ago. I feel like they were asking me back in here about Meta. And I said, you know, what's to stop it from going down further? You know, again, for all I know, it could be up here tomorrow or next week or a month from now. but the trend has been this. What's to stop that trend? First, I want to see the bleeding stop. Let's go sideways for a while. That's not sideways for a while. That little block is not enough sideways for a while, because look what it did here. Look how long it went sideways there, right? And then the bleeding continued. Look how long it went sideways here, and it dropped off. It even had a nice rebound here before really giving that one up. Now, all this obviously is in hindsight, but when we're trying to find charts that are good charts, we want to look for charts that are strong and have been in an uptrend, that have a chance to continue that uptrend. Sure, there are plenty of bounce plays that end up working great, but you got to have a plan into those bounce plays, and you got to have a really disciplined exit if it doesn't work to the downside, and not be willing to stick around on that downside for long after that. So, no, only regular market time. The filters are only going to tell you regular market time on a value that, that you could put a 10 period or any period, and on the chart, it'll adjust, right? Because of having pre or post market, the actual moving average on the chart will adjust, but it doesn't change the actual value of it. So like we can see here, this 8 EMA has come all the way down here to 122, but up here it's showing 130 right now, right? So, and if I do this, 130, look at that. That's where the 8 EMA is. All right. So that's how that works there. So, I just realized it's 4:30. I do have to wrap it up, folks. Got a softball game with the kids tonight. So I got to get on the move here. But yeah, Jonathan, it's going to only calculate the live market, the cash market, no after hours. So as always, I thank you all very kindly. Tomorrow's Thursday. I think actually Steve and Jamie switched. I didn't know that was happening today. So I believe you're getting Jamie tomorrow now instead of Steve. Barry will have this open at 9-ish, give or take, as per usual. I'll be back here at 4:30, and we'll do it all over again, folks. So again, remember, it's bear market. We had a strong bounce. I think that bounce could continue. There's no guarantee into it. And, we could sell off for a day or two and then continue the bounce after that. The bounce is off of this level. The bounce is off that 348 level on the SPY, right? That's where the bounce starts. Moved huge so far. Even if we pull back and move up, still counts as a bounce from there as far as I'm concerned. Trade the tape. So again, I thank you all very, very kindly for all the questions, the comments, and the interactions. And I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Wednesday wherever you are on the spinning globe called Earth. Take care.